The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on? Hey there, gang. Good afternoon. Willkommen. Bienvenue. Whatever. Thanks for showing up. My name is Alan Cox. Welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everybody.
Mary Santora is back in your ears.
Hello.
Live from New York City. Poundcake's down in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
Everybody's back, not under one roof, but under one audio roof, as it were. So you are now fully inhabiting Astoria, Queens, yes?
I am.
You're all fully moved in.
Yesterday was the last step, which was getting the cat here, and they gave her a bunch of drugs, and it went incredibly smooth.
You flew the cat back.
I had to fly the cat back, and I was annoyed because last week I had to go to the vet, and she had to get all these shots and, a certificate of health and all these things, and it cost me $500, and nobody looked at a single paper.
I was going to say, they didn't ask for any of them, did they?
Not one verification. She doesn't wear a collar, like nothing. And they were just like, oh, okay, yeah, you got to take her out to walk through the x-ray machine. That was it. That was the only question about anything.
If you hadn't done all that, they would have asked.
I'm sure, yeah.
So you had her in a carrier in cargo, or you didn't fly with the cat?
You do fly with them.
Oh.
So for a $95 fee, you put your pet, I don't know about dogs, but you can put a cat, I would assume a small dog as well, into a soft-sided carrying case.
Mm-hmm.
So it essentially looks like a small duffel bag.
Yep.
But the rule is that 3 of the sides have to be mesh. So I think that prevents psychos from throwing animals in backpacks and taking them on airplanes.
Right.
So you have to buy like this TSA approved carrying case. They sell them at pet stores.
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah.
But that was it. And then she just went underneath the seat in front of me, just like a normal backpack or purse or carry-on
That cat
bag.
better fit under the seat in front of you.
Was she loud?
No, dude, they drugged
Because she was
her
drugged up.
They gave her,
She's like, this is crazy right now.
Well, the medicine they gave her is humans take it. It's called gabapentin, which is
Cool humans take it.
That's
cool
right.
humans take
Yep.
it. It's like a painkiller, I thought. But they give it to cats for like after surgery or to reduce stress before traveling. So they told me give her 2 milliliters the night before, and then 2 to 4 milliliters 2 hours before you go to the airport.
Right.
So this bitch was high. She was like wobbling around when we got to the apartment. She like couldn't walk straight. I'm like, you poor girl, you're so messed up. But yeah, she was silent, didn't make a noise the whole time.
Boy,
Very
that's the
easy.
best way to have a cat. If you could just constantly drug your cat up,
Oh my gosh. On an airplane, yeah, I didn't want her screaming. But yeah, it was very uneventful, and I was super nervous because she's not the most chill cat. So
your new spot has 2 cats in it. Your roommate's got a cat as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
So right now, according to what the research we've done online for introducing cats to each other, we are in the phase where they each stay in their own room for a week, and you let them get used
so
to
much
their
that
own
goes
room.
into that.
Yes. And because cats are super territorial, so if they get all mad, they'll start peeing everywhere.
Oh,
like
I know.
Claiming their territory.
Yesterday, my friend got peed on by a tiger. So yeah.
You got
A tiger
spray, yeah. At the zoo.
We were at
Bill
the zoo,
just goes
there's
to the zoo to see the cute baby tigers. His friends get whizzed all over.
Yeah.
Well, we're hoping to avoid
And she didn't pay extra for that.
No.
A lot of places you got to pay extra for that.
Yeah, that's what kept Tiger King afloat all those years.
It was people paying extra to get peed on. The tiger spray and all that. All right, so everything's settled. And was the human trip hopefully without incident?
how was
coming out here.
Well,
like
the
driving the
U-Haul,
U-Haul
you guys
through
had
New York
to-
City and stuff
yeah.
like that?
Yeah, it was. I mean, Brian's got a CDL. His
Yeah.
garbage truck is twice as big as that.
Oh, no,
you
I know that.
So-
I just mean, I don't know. Anything could happen. You can blow a tire.
Dude, I wish I had more stories for you. I mean, I have stories from the weekend of us being there, but the physical moving part,
All went smooth.
getting here, very smooth.
That's
Hired
good.
the movers. It was done in 2 hours. I mean, very uneventful moving.
That's good, though. That's what
great.
you want. Yeah.
I mean, I was just talking to another guy who works production on the Breakfast Club, and he just moved from Miami. And he was telling this story about how he got scammed and these people were charging him. Like, they gave him a quote. He signed the quote, and then it was like all these up charges, and then they're messing with him about like.
Those are
they
the
parked-
movers.
Yeah. Well, this company that he used, they like parked the truck like a half a mile away, and we're like, oh, well, go pick up your crap or we're going to auction it all off. Or you can pay us X amount of dollars to move it for you. Like, so from what I've heard, I had a very, very lucky and smooth.
And you had
easy
movers when you
transition.
got to New York, too?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just hired like by the hour movers.
Okay.
So I hired 2 guys for 2 hours, and both times, both packing from Cleveland, storage unit to U-Haul in Cleveland, and then U-Haul to apartment in New York. Super easy, seamless.
Great.
Yeah, it was awesome.
That's the way to do it then.
Definitely. I'm never not hiring movers again.
No, if you can afford it, movers are awesome.
It was only, I mean, it was $300, $150 an hour for 2 guys.
Did you have
And
your
then
fancy, expensive dinner?
We did.
There's a girl who called on the after hours line, and she's like, I don't like Mary, and they're going to break up, blah, blah, blah. But,
good.
no.
Did you play it yet? I
She
wanna hear
goes,
it.
no, I didn't play it.
Okay.
She goes, I'm paraphrasing, because she's like, goes on and on and on. So I'm doing you a favor by paraphrasing.
Oh.
She goes, but if Brian, if he can't see how into it she is from this goddamn dinner, she's like a chef or something, and knew the place you were talking about. And she's like, that's an amazing, amazing place to go. And for Mary to make all those arrangements is super legit.
Oh, so I got a little. She hates me, and she
She
wants my
started
relationship
off,
to end.
yeah, some people can't, they just can't offer a compliment, right? They've always got to qualify it with some negative nonsense.
I can't.
You know what I
stand
call
that
those people,
dumb
Bill?
bitch.
I call them negative Nellies.
Oh, you should.
It's not gender specific.
I think
don't
that's
care
gonna
what.
catch on.
Negative Nellies is what I call them. Was it worth every penny?
Not every penny.
Yep,
But
most
it
of
was
the pennies.
Very good.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's some very cool things happened at that dinner that I would like to share with you guys. But it lived up to the hype for sure. Definitely.
All right.
I wouldn't do it again.
Well, no,
Brian and
it's
I
probably
both
$1,000
agreed.
dinner.
Yeah, we sat down and like after it was over, I was like, "Would you come here again?" And he was like, and we both agreed like maybe if it was a different menu, I would not pay that price to eat that same food again.
Gotcha.
But it was very cool, and I would like to share some points of it.
Yeah, I'll break and then we'll come back. You want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. If you're somebody who wants to watch the show, that's where you would do it. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app anywhere you are, and we'll be back.
Get ready for iHeartRadio Live with the Black Crowes. An exclusive interview and live performance.
seen before. We'll preview and recap every game as we make our way through the playoffs and to Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True dat.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Be my brother. Poundcake, any idea who this is? Earl. They just reunited. It's a big, big deal. Earl.
This is Train.
Wone. No, but I got train tickets later on. Wone. No, who is this? Wone. Arthur.
I don't know.
Come on, man. Scott Stapp is the guy singing.
Okay.
Mark Tremonti providing all the riffs.
I don't know.
A band called Creed, who broke apart under very acrimonious circumstances, and then they announced they were going to do a big, big tour. And they've extended their tour, which is bringing them to Cleveland, Ohio. Who could be more excited? There's a lot of Creed fans selling a lot of dates. And it's the usual suspects. I mean, this is a kind of lineup that makes Mary moister than an oyster.
Oh, I'm ready for it.
It's Creed. It's Three Doors Down. It's Finger 11.
They all sound the same.
Exactly. Wolfie Van Halen. Yeah, but it's a big deal. I mean, these guys didn't sell tens of millions of records because nobody liked them, right? Overwhelming fan demand. They have added dates. And they're going to play the Romo Fijo on November the 22nd. That is the Friday before Thanksgiving. So if you're a Creed fan, you won't have to go to Detroit or Toronto or Allentown, Pennsylvania to see them. I don't know. Maybe you're one of our bureau chiefs in one of those cities and you want to go see them there. But Creed and all those bands playing the Romo Fijo. I'm sure I'll have tickets for you to win at some point. The tickets will go on sale. What's today? They'll go on sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at Creed.com. So there you go. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but 20 years ago, these guys were on top of the world because they started as a Christian band, and that's a very difficult thing to maintain because when you mix that into the world of rock and roll, and you have all of these earthly and fleshly pleasures laid at your feet, what are you going to do? It takes an inordinately strong person of any faith to be able to fight those off. And Scott Stapp was not really able to do that. So if you're a Creed fan, I guess that's good news for you. I'll have more money for you here in about 8 minutes. 2:30 is going to be that next keyword, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. For you to get some of that cash, and then about 30 past every hour, I will have that for you. Cavs win last night. They played the Kings here at home. They're on the road now. 136-110. That's a pretty sizable a deficit there on the part of the Kings.
Oh, the Cavs played great last night.
Yeah.
They looked real good, and anytime the Kings made a run, the Cavs buckled down on defense, turned it on offense, and kept that lead around like 15, 20 points most of the game.
The Cavs are now second in the East, behind only the Boston Celtics.
Love it.
They have one fewer loss than the Bucks, so they leapfrogged them there. So that's great. That's a fantastic showing by them. They are among the best of the best right now. Now, Mary Santora goes to this restaurant. She and Brian, upon moving, the restaurant was in Manhattan or it was in Queens?
Manhattan.
Yeah.
It's called 11 Madison Park.
Oh.
So a little bit of history on the restaurant. So Brian saw it on a documentary called You Are What You Eat on Netflix. So apparently this was like the #1 restaurant in the world or something.
This is right by that Flatiron building that a lot of people might be familiar with in Manhattan there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's a super famous restaurant that has 3 Michelin stars, very, very good. And their head chef got to like the best, I can't remember if it was the country or the world. And then he changed the menu to be all vegan. So it was a, everything, omnivorous menu. And then he changed it to be an all vegan menu. And it only dropped like a couple places in the rankings. So it went from the best to like 5th best.
Just as an aside, to interrupt you very quickly, conversely, I was reading this morning about a restaurant in England that it's a vegan restaurant, and in order to stay in business, they've had to add meat to their menu.
Yeah.
They've gone the other way. They're like, we're closed down if we don't let people start eating animals here. So.
Yeah. So we made the reservation. A lot of people took umbrage with how much I'm spending on it. It was $365 a person.
Yeah, we talked about that, but it's your money.
10-course
Do whatever you want
menu.
to. Yeah.
Not including drink and tips.
Right.
So we got all dressed up. We went and, put on like a fancy dress, and Brian wore like a suit coat and like, black pants and everything.
Did you take a car service?
We took an Uber.
Same thing.
Because I was like, I'm wearing high heels and I'm not walking 15 minutes to the train. And I'm not going to put on tennis shoes to bring with me.
I didn't know there was Ubers. I thought like the taxis and the Ubers like fight in New York. So I didn't know
they do,
was that
but there's
I mean,
you didn't know that there was Uber in New York City?
I thought like the taxi services had like monopoly in New York.
No.
I mean, there's taxis. If you don't want to wait, you can just walk to the corner, throw your hand up, and a taxi will be there. But Ubers are only like 2 minutes. So we took an Uber. We get there, and it's gorgeous. They do the coat check, and the only comparison we really had for like a very fancy dinner other than this one was Marble Room in Cleveland, where we went for our 3rd anniversary in June. So we're like basically making comparisons between this and Marble Room the whole time. And I will say, point to Marble Room for being in an old bank. It's just so beautiful. It's just so gorgeous inside
Point
there
to them for being in an old bank.
You can't compare. With
Well, so was Crop.
Yeah, but like 120-year-old architecture, however old it is. This
All the marble and all that stuff. Yeah, it's great.
This place was very modern.
Oh,
and
that's
very
why it's
sleek.
called Marble Room, not the marbling of the beef.
No.
Our friend did that design in there, too.
Yeah.
I thought it was because of the meat.
Could be.
Marbled meat. It's like a double meaning.
The architecture.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So we get in, and they're doing the most. They like pull the tape, because we were in like a corner booth type thing. They like pull the table out for you so you can shimmy in and pull it back. And they did that every time you got up to like go to the bathroom or something. Like a little server's assistant would run over and pull the table out for you. So we're introduced to what is not a server. He is called a captain.
Hey, yep.
I was going to ask if you were familiar with this term, because you said it was like a French fine dining term that they call them captains instead of servers.
I'm pretty sure they do this at Red Lobster.
Oh,
I will be your crustacean captain this evening. Can I show you something in a melted butter?
Well, it was interesting. I was like, I've never heard of that.
Usually that's just the head waiter.
Yes, and that's kind of how he explained it.
Okay.
He goes,
he's trying to flex to tell you two have the top dude here.
I am the captain. So he said like each section, there's 4 sections in the restaurant. Each section has a captain, a sommelier, and then a server and like a back server. So there's 4 people in each section that are doing everything for you. So we get going.
You're going to justify that tab.
Yeah, well, we get our drinks. The drinks are $19 a piece for non-alcoholic drinks, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
They had some of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen price-wise. Shots of whiskey that cost $1,100, like just absolutely
Oh, yeah, you sent us a
things.
picture of that bottle of wine.
Well, that'll come into play later. So we order our drinks, and they're great. And, I mean, the atmosphere, everything's fantastic. So they start bringing out the courses, and I'm an idiot. I thought it was a vegetarian restaurant, not a vegan restaurant. So the guy's like, does anybody have any allergies we need to know about, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, I'm allergic to kiwi. So I don't know if you guys have any, fruit dishes or anything like that, but I can't have kiwi. And they say, I also have an intolerance to dairy. So if you guys have anything that has like a cream-based sauce, if you could just put it on the side. And he goes, well, all of our products are made from plants. So are you intolerant to like cashew milk? And I was like, no.
I am very intolerant to cashew milk. If I even smell it, I'm going to turn this place over like Pacino
But I said dairy, and I saw his face kind of twist, and Brian kicked me on the table. He was like, "It's a vegan place, you idiot! What are you doing?
We kicked you under the table.
You made this reservation, you dumbass."
I'm sorry. I meant I was allergic to the city of Derry.
Yes.
In the UK.
I just wanted you to know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you asked. You didn't. I don't know.
You call yourself a captain?
Mm-hmm.
So we get going, and the first course, the first 3 courses were all onion based. So the first one was they called it an onion tea, not an onion soup.
The word's onion based. I already checked out.
Well, and here's the thing. I like onions, but it was a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The first 3 courses.
Because they're small. So the first one was
an
onion tea, which I don't know why it's a tea and not a soup. Forgot to ask, but it was an onion tea.
I hate this.
I know.
But this is why it's New York, and it's $300 a person, and I mean, you just kind of go along for the ride,
French
right?
onion soup is.
We're already there. It was really good French onion soup.
Yeah.
That's what it was essentially. And then there was a platter of leeks that had some kind of an oil sauce on it, and then the second course was onion baked bread that was kind of like a croissant. It was the fluffiest, crispy. It was amazing. It might be the best bread I've ever had. It was so good. And then they had an onion based butter that I posted a picture on my Instagram. If anybody saw it, it was a vagina. 100%. There was no getting around. Did you see the picture, Alan? I'll post it on my story again.
I don't know that I did. I probably did.
I didn't know that was butter. I thought
it
that
was butter. It was like an onion-based butter, which I don't know how you make butter out of an onion, but they did it.
Same way that you make tea out of an onion.
Right. So I'm looking at it, and Brian's like, "Stop." I was like, "Tell me it's not exactly what that is." He's like, "Mary, we're paying so much money. You're wearing a dress. Please don't make vagina jokes." I was like, "It's a vagina." And so
they know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the second.
Listen, if I'm paying $360, I better get something in my mouth that looks like a vagina.
I better see an onion vagina up in this place.
So then by this third course, it was a shaved, some other kind of an onion.
Vagina. Oh.
Yes, shaved vagina. Vagina.
3 courses of onions is insane.
Dinner was like sleeve of wizard.
Right. So it was I don't know, but then it also had radishes and apples, and it was tart and crisp and light, and I really enjoyed that. That was very good. But then I asked our captain, I was like, is the whole night onion themed?
I regret to tell you, tonight is onion night at 11 Madison.
He laughed, and he's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Well, the first 3 things we've had have all been onions." So I was just wondering if you guys do different nights.
A restaurant like that, I bet you felt like a couple on prom night.
Oh, we did.
Like when you're in high school and you go to a really nice restaurant. Yeah.
Like your parents drop you off at Olive Garden, and they're like, "Don't act up. Here's $20." You know? But then, I mean, it was all fantastic. There was only one course I did not like, which was, I've never had real caviar, okay? But this was supposed to mimic caviar. It was from some root of a tree, and they come out with this big preparation, and they tell you where they, source the material from, and this guy from the Indian country, and they source the roots, and then they prepare it to taste and texture like caviar. It was horrendous. It made me want to throw up. I took one bite of it, and I was like, if this is what real caviar tastes like, I am good for the rest of my life. I can't imagine it's something that expensive.
Caviar is just super, super salty.
This was it almost tasted fishy, kind of, which,
well, yeah,
I would assume it wasn't good.
Boy, this dinner was a real roller coaster of emotion, wasn't it?
It really was. It really was, because that
best bread I've ever had, something that made me want to vomit 10 minutes later.
100%.
And a vagina onion.
And a vagina onion.
And a vagina onion. So after the caviar, I started to feel weird. And I was like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I got Spanx on. Maybe I'm, I just can't breathe. I'm sucked into this dress.
Maybe I found something new I'm allergic to.
Well, and that's what I thought. So I go to the bathroom. I just, use the restroom. I come back. And I sit back down, and I take one bite of a really delicious, it was essentially, they laughed at every analogy I made, because it was like a hollowed out sweet potato, okay, that they essentially looked like they put in a waffle iron, that they then deep fried, took the scooped sweet potatoes and fancied them up and put them back on top with like a couple toppings. I go, oh, so this is a twice baked potato.
And that's what it is. That's exactly what I was thinking.
They have to rename everything. It's not like they're doing anything, you know. Oh, this is in a baked potato emulsion. Oh, could you put it back on the waffle iron for me?
So every time I said something like that, our captain or our sommelier or whoever was helping us would laugh. And I'm like, you're fancying up a twice baked potato. Like, that's all that this is, you know? But I took like 2 bites. It was incredible. It was really good. I took like 2 bites of that, and then I looked at Brian. He's like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "I don't feel good." He's like, "Are you gonna puke?" I was like, "I don't know what's going on." And I went to the bathroom and unloaded in this bathroom, dude. I was like, I don't know if my body just hasn't had vegan food or
you just haven't had plants in a while. And your body's like, hey, there's something's happening here.
Never had an entire onion course.
Or maybe you are intolerant to different milks.
I guess cashew milk or onion butter.
Yeah.
But I get back and Brian's like, I was gone for a while. I was like, are you okay? And they wait to serve. They're not going to bring him the next course while I'm gone.
Oh, they're probably used to people having to go to the bathroom halfway through.
Well, I was like, I don't know what just happened. He goes, well, you got pale and I thought you were going to pass out or throw up. And I told him, we Googled it. Onions are like, they cause a lot of gas and like can really get things moving down there. I knew like broccoli and cauliflower and Brussels sprouts. I knew those, but I guess onions are right up there with it.
Sure.
So after 3 courses of onions, your girl had some movement going on.
Oh.
And see, all these years you've been blaming the sour cream when you eat pierogies, and it was the onions as well.
It was the vajunion.
So I can't remember all the courses, but the main course, like the entree course, was like a cauliflower steak. But the way that they seasoned it, again, it didn't taste like meat, obviously, because it's cauliflower. But they did such good job, like the way they seasoned it, and every dish had complexity to it. So there was like a savory component, a salty component, a sweet component. Like it was amazing. It was a great experience. And then we had...
It was worth the diarrhea, is what you're saying.
Oh, definitely. So we are finishing up our main course, and then it's like a while before they start to bring the dessert course. Like 15 minutes. And again, it's a 3-hour thing. You know you're going to be there. But usually the courses were coming probably every 10 to 15 minutes. This is like 15 to 20.
They're like, onion cheesecake. That looks really good.
So this lady comes over who we haven't met yet, and she's like, hey, I understand, you just moved to the city, and you guys are doing an early Valentine's Day celebration, blah, 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 blah. And we're talking, and, and she's like, well, for some of our most preferred guests, we would like to take you on a tour of the kitchen.
Oh.
I said, I looked at Brian. I was like, did you do this? Did you set up like a kitchen tour? He's like, no, I don't know what this is. So,
hey, I'm coming in from Cleveland. I want to walk my lady through the kitchen.
So we go in, and they have this little, like, station set up.
And they go, now do some dishes, you bums.
This is for that twice-baked potato line.
And we saw what you did to our toilet.
There's no way you can pay for this.
So we go in, and they have, like, this little station set up, and then they have a pastry chef come over, and she starts making this dessert in front of us. It's like a freeze-dried sorbet, but it had a meringue that she made from scratch with like dry ice, like right in front of us. It was really cool. And the kitchen was, I have never seen a kitchen this clean in my life. Like spotless and giant. There must have
Chef's
been
probably a
50
taskmaster.
people. Oh yeah, there must have been 50 people back there between servers and pastry and workers and everything, and chefs and everything like that. And, like, the head chef comes over, or he was the sous chef, comes over, introduces himself to us. Like, he's like, yeah, take pictures. I'll show you around. They, like, give us this tour. So cool, right?
Were you like, what the hell was with that caviar?
Yeah, dude, that
was
really
garbage.
Nasty. I didn't want to say anything, but it was absolutely disgusting.
I would have, for $360, I've been like, hey, give me something better.
Well, you got 9 others coming. You'll be fine. So then we start to head back to our table, and our sommelier... am I saying that right?
Yeah, sommelier. Yeah.
Okay. So he comes up to our table. Him and Brian had been yucking it up. This guy used to work in a tattoo shop. So only his hands are visible, but his hands are tattooed. And so Brian's like rolling up his sleeves, and they're showing each other their tattoos. And then they started talking about horror movies. So these two are being boyfriends and having fun. So then the sommelier comes over, and he's like, well, don't sit down yet, because I actually want to take you guys on a tour of the wine cellar as well. He was like,
I know get my dessert, please?
Right.
Like, damn.
It was cool.
Stop stalling.
Yeah, they're stalling while they're making the meringue.
Give me my stuff.
Our meringue machine broke.
It was really cool. So he takes us through this, like, old, everything looks old in a wine cellar, but, like, this cool-ass wine cellar, and we get through, and he's like showing us around. He's telling us about their program, and he's like, I know you guys don't drink, but I just thought, this might be a cool experience for you. And so I asked him, I said, what's the oldest bottle of wine you have? And he showed us one that was like behind glass from 1937.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an $11,000 bottle of wine. And
did
I was like,
did you like pick it up and then like act like you're gonna drop it?
No, I'm not going anywhere near. I can't afford anything in that one.
This belonged to Adolf Hitler.
Right. So
she's like, okay, thank you.
No, I'm not gonna. Absolutely not. Because on my luck, I will break it, and then I have to move home. Okay, so we're not doing that. So he shows us that. I said, I was like, oh my God, like, is that the most expensive bottle you have here? And he goes, no. He goes, do you want to guess how expensive the most expensive bottle is? And I was like, $100,000. Like that. He's like, no, like, what do you think this is? But he took us over and he showed us some super fancy bottle of champagne. And he went through the whole process of how it's made and how they only make it once every couple years and blah, blah, blah. It was an $18,000 bottle of champagne. And I'm just like, who has the money for this? Like, and I said, do these get purchased often? And he goes, sometimes, like, if we have, athletes or very high-end celebrities. Yes. He goes, almost always it's people showing off. It's never like a couple that orders an $11,000 bottle of wine to have
This is
with
a
their
bottle
dinner.
of Asti Spumante from 1921.
Have you heard of Cooks?
It's barefoot bubbly pink Moscato.
You can get it at your local CVS or gas station.
$2 Charles is what we call this.
The bottle is plastic.
Don't worry about dropping it. It's reinforced lucite.
And I'm willing to call BS on the people that feel like they can taste an expensive bottle of champagne versus a cheap bottle of champagne.
I don't know.
Well, these people, though, Mary, at this restaurant are probably so used to dealing with stuffy dicks. They were probably happy to have a couple of, like, regular people in there. They're trying to show you everything.
Yeah,
and,
and that's what Brian and I were saying was, like, we were joking around, and, we're acting like our normal selves. And I was like, people probably take themselves too seriously when they come here, or they put too much pressure on
that
it.
Building is really
or they try to,
famous.
like, one-up them with, like, oh, we went to this place and we had this and this is... Yeah, and you're like, it's just a baked potato.
Y'all got sour cream back there? You got ketchup for this potato salad?
Did you know that building that you were in is like really famous? Like I know it's old, but like that's the Sony building.
No, I did not know that.
That's like all the biggest artists have walked through that building.
Wow.
And William and Morris, which is like Endeavor, and that's like IMG.
William and Morris, is that what you call them?
William and Morris.
Uh-huh.
Two guys, they're best friends.
Yeah, it was William Shakespeare and Morris the cat. They were a big, big deal back in the day.
But that's the notorious Sony building.
I've got to take a break here. So all in all, it was good, or?
Yeah, the best thing was right after we got back from the wine tour, they gave us our desserts. There were 2 desserts plus the one we had in the kitchen. The one was probably the best dessert I've ever had. It was incredible. It was mochi, which I have never had before.
Really?
And and then they stuffed it with a passion fruit sorbet.
Yum.
And put a fruit, like some kind of a dehydrated fruit strip on top, so it looked like a piece of sushi. It was really cool, but then, kind of like a fruit roll-up.
Yeah. A fruit roll-up reduction.
We asked, I forgot to say earlier in the bread course, I asked our captain, I was like, can we have more bread? And Brian looks at me and goes, it's not Olive Garden. Like, you can't just keep asking for bread. So
Your bottomless salad, madam.
Yeah.
You're like, that'll be $100.
Right.
Your tour of Italy.
They brought us 3 more pieces of bread. But that little like sushi thing was so good. Like I could not believe how good this was. And then the final dessert that they brought was a sesame seed and peanut butter. It's supposed to mimic a chocolate covered pretzel, and it was trash. And I was like, man, like you couldn't have just left it with the sushi thing. It was so good, but yeah, it was.
How did you enjoy your dinner? Well, some of it made me poop. Some of it was great, and some of it was trash.
Yeah. And
Good night.
Yeah, pretty much. And then they gave us take-home bags of their house-made granola.
And the bill came too?
Well, it was the original 7-something, and then the drinks were $75. $75. It was like eight. It was a little over $800.
$75 for drinks ain't bad.
Yeah, well, Brian had 2. We each had 2, and they were like, $16, $17 a piece. Jesus. So it was like just under $900, and then we tipped on top of that.
15%.
So. No, because Brian loved the sommelier, and they explained that it's the 4 of them all go into a tip pool together, so We tipped handsomely.
You don't want to cheap out.
Yeah.
All right,
So
well,
it was over $1,000, but it was
So out
worth
of 5 stars, you gave it.
I'd give it 4.9 stars.
Wow, all the way up, 4.9. All right.
Well, 4.8. The poop set me back, but that's not their fault that my
That's right.
body reacted
Well,
to onions.
yeah, they didn't know what you were bringing to the table.
The caviar, I would switch that out. If I could switch that out for a different course. That was the only course of 10 courses that I was like, I cannot eat this. This
Mhm.
is really gross. But everything else was fantastic. So if you're a vegan and you've got an extra $1,100 you want to throw around.
Burning a hole in your pocket and you're in
highly
Midtown.
recommend.
Yeah,
Highly
all right.
recommend.
There you go. I've got money here for you, and then I got to go to a break. Way late here, but it's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Floor Coverings International.
Cavaliers guard Donovan Mitchell is reportedly committed to compete in the NBA three-point event during All-Star Weekend. New Browns offensive coordinator Ken Dorsey says eliminating turnovers will be paramount to success. Cleveland was -9 in turnover differential this past season. And Super Bowl 58 is 5 days away now. 49ers and Chiefs will fight for football supremacy, and DraftKings line favors San Fran by 2. I'm Scott Davidson.
is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? Or just hit me up otherwise? Who's helping out today? Let me take a look. It's not up there yet.
It should be up there.
Let me look. Today's the 6th?
Yeah.
I don't see it. Unless it's
What the hell?
taking its
I
sweet
put it
ass
up
time.
hours ago.
I know. You put it up early. It's not reloading for me. Anywho, whoever's assisting in the video
I want you
department,
to see
thank
it
you
'cause
so much.
I think you're going to like it.
All right. Well, I'll check it later on. Cavaliers here at home, they leap to second place in the East behind only the Boston Celtics because they beat the Kings last night here at home by a pretty hefty margin there, too. And so they're on the road. They're going to be playing the Wizards. The Wizards play right in D.C., or are they in like Baltimore or Arlington or something?
I think
Wizards
they play in D.C.
Cavs tomorrow night, 7 o'clock here on MMS. And you can listen, of course, on the iHeartRadio app. So your pregame gets going 30 minutes prior. But they're on the road through the weekend. They'll be in Brooklyn to play the Nets on Thursday night. They'll be up in Toronto to play the Raptors on Saturday, then back here at home against the Joel Embiid free Philly 76ers.
All right, should be up now.
And then the Bulls are here on Valentine's Day. Who's assisting us today in the live stream? No more parades. No more parades, maybe?
Parades, yeah.
No more parades.
Mhm.
Yes, thank you. Speaking of Philadelphia, I was seeing that the Eagles are going to be the home team in the NFL's first ever game in Brazil. The game will take place on Friday, September 6th of this year at Corinthians Arena in Sao Paulo. You know, they have these massive soccer stadiums. And so they go, hey, let's just put American football in there. And I guess that's what they're doing. You know, they played the game in Paris. They played games in London. And they're trying to spread.
They did a game in Paris?
Didn't they just play?
No, they did
oh,
one
that's
in
NBA. I'm
Germany,
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, Germany
Yeah,
they played.
NBA had a Paris game.
NBA had the Paris game.
It does make sense that the Eagles are the first team to play in Brazil, considering they're known for the tush push.
What is the...
and Brazil's got butts.
A lot of butts in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of hardwood floors up front on the ladies.
Yep.
What is the tush push?
It's just a quarterback sneak, but players get behind him and help push him.
Gotcha.
To get those inches.
Okay, it goes, uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
So the tush push helps him get inches is what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I talked about it on my sports break.
The tush push.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, you forgive me if I haven't committed them all to memory.
I'm just happy I finally knew one of the moves.
Sure.
Because they're trying to ban it because it gives them like an unfair advantage.
Well, you get them inches.
Apparently.
So Eagles will kick off the NFL season in Brazil on September the 6th. Don't know who they're playing, but I guess that's TBD. But they're trying to spread the gospel of American football all around the world. Ironically, they've announced that the 2026 World Cup Finals will be in New Jersey.
Hey.
So, you know, what's good for the goose
the
is...
overall World Cup Finals are in
The 2026
Jersey?
World
That's
Cup Final will
crazy.
take place at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. They have announced...
Not just some qualifier like they usually do. This is
Nope.
the actual World Cup Finals.
The World
Wow.
Cup Final of 2026 will be played in New Jersey.
That's crazy.
The tournaments will be in cities all around the United States, Canada, and Mexico. The final will be July 19th, 2026, in New Jersey.
That's a huge deal.
At MetLife Stadium. That is a big, big deal.
So there's a night guy here who works on Z100 that when I'm leaving, he's coming. So we chat in the hallway, and so I told him I was going to MetLife to see Kenny Chesney this summer. And he had not one good thing to say about MetLife. He said it is a nightmare. Like, getting in and out is horrible. He's like, there's really only one road, and everyone is getting in and out at the same time. He's like, there's no Uber. There's not really any hotels and stuff around there. He's like, he was basically trying to talk me out of going to the concert I already bought tickets to.
Right.
So I cannot imagine what that area would be like with people traveling from all over the world.
That dude used to work here, didn't he, for a bit? Josh Martinez, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
He was in Ohio, I think, back in the day.
He was in Dayton and Cincinnati and Columbus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in
everywhere but here, but he's from Brooklyn.
Much. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's a really nice guy. But he was saying, he's like, MetLife is trash. He's like, nobody has a good time at MetLife.
Well,
he's like,
that's where they're going to have the 2026 World Cup final.
That's crazy.
15 other major cities were picked to host World Cup matches. And they've announced those: Vancouver, Seattle, Kansas City. Oh, Cleveland. No, I'm kidding. Dallas, Boston, Philly, Miami.
Especially when you have all these brand new places like SoFi Stadium in L.A.
They're doing the one at SoFi.
Right, but like you think
mean for the finals?
For the finals, you think that's where they would put it
because Jersey probably threw them a bag of money.
It's crazy. I would feel like they'd be like, yeah, but we'd rather go to Vegas or L.A. for this.
During the World Cup finals, the stadium will be officially referred to as the New York, New Jersey Stadium to comply with FIFA's policy against non-sponsor corporate names. So they can't call it MetLife for, the incorruptible FIFA.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even want the whiff of impropriety. They don't want anybody thinking that anybody's getting any kind of favors when it comes to FIFA. So for the first time, they're going to expand the tournament to 48 teams. And it'll be the first time the tournament is staged across 3 host nations, the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, I guess is what they're. So Eric Adams, who's the mayor of New York, that's Mary's new mayor.
It's my mayor.
And Phil Murphy, who is, of course, the governor of New Jersey, were very excited to announce Phil Murphy, rather. As a lifelong soccer fan, I'm thrilled to announce the FIFA World Cup 2026 final. They're in New Jersey. So there you go.
This has been
the Alan Cox Show, pandering to soccer fans.
So that's really exciting news.
Well, you know how the NFL people are always joking that the NFL is scripted?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's similar things in the soccer world.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sending you the leaked script. This is the promo that they're going to play because they already know who's going to be in the finals.
All right, sir.
All right.
We'll look for that.
Send it. Should be there.
I see it right there.
All
okay.
Right.
Oh, so they've uncovered this, is what you're saying.
Yep.
Now, how did this? This was before they announced that Jersey would be the home. Boy, this must be very sensitive information because it's not loading for me properly. Maybe it's got a bug in it. They don't want anybody to know. Is that what it is?
They don't want powerful. They don't want people to know that they got the script.
That's what I'm saying. They want people to
open wide for some soccer.
The Continental Soccer Association is coming to Springfield. It's all here.
Yeah.
Fast kicking, low scoring, and ties. You bet.
Hey, Dad, how come you never taken us to see a soccer game?
I don't know. You'll see all your favorite soccer stars like Arriaga, Arriaga 2, Bariaga, Aruglia, and Pizzozza.
Arriaga 2.
Hold on, they gotta say the teams are gonna be in.
Signing autographs. Woohoo! This match will determine once and for all which nation is the greatest on earth, Mexico or Portugal.
Oh, they're telling you who's going to be in it.
Yeah, Mexico versus Portugal. Simpsons did it.
They have predicted so many things.
Just wait. I bet those are the teams in the finals in 2026 at MetLife, New Jersey, New York Stadium. What do they call it? New Jersey, New York?
New York, New Jersey Stadium.
Why even put New York in there? It's not in New York. It's in New Jersey.
Because it was a
Just saying.
cooperative thing. You couldn't get that. Probably couldn't get that done without New York.
Yeah.
Eric Adams looking for anything to draw attention away from handful of scandals he's had to contend with recently. So happy for some good news.
Hey, Alan, hate the show. I got to call in and just agree with Bill and Mary 100% here. I mean, risotto is just flavored rice. I mean, A5 Wagyu steak, it's just a fancy hamburger. I mean, come on. What are these people thinking?
I can't tell if he's joking or not. I mean, risotto is just fancy rice. It's, yeah, I can't tell if he's joking. But
I don't remember saying that.
What's that?
I don't know.
I don't remember that conversation at all.
No. Talking about the restaurant, we were basically like, that's a twice baked potato. And that's, how they're. Yeah. I think he's probably being sarcastic, but risotto is fancy rice. I mean, there's cheese and butter and white wine and all that crap.
Yeah.
It's way too rich for me. I don't care for risotto. But,
But
and there are plenty of restaurants selling Wagyu burgers. So, if you were joking, maybe not as much as you thought.
I guess it's different when it's plants. It was good. It was very, like, the flavors,
yeah, you weren't paying for meat.
Everything was amazing. It was very, very good. But, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe when people start to describe things that are basic with fancy terms, I'm like, what are you doing?
Say, do you guys have vegan ranch? By any chance?
You guys got a vegan Roman burger?
Is there any?
Boy.
Oh, there was one other thing I didn't like. That was, it took him like 3.5 minutes to prepare it, and I don't like truffles. That's what I'm learning about myself. I love mushrooms, don't like truffles. Which, truffles are a type of mushroom, right?
Yes. See, I don't like mushrooms, so I don't care for any of them.
I like sauteed mushrooms or mushrooms in sauces, all that, but truffle, the taste of truffle is not good. He did this whole thing with like a truffle gravy and this broccolini, but it's not broccolini because it's from China and it's like specific to that area. And then he did shaved black truffles on top of it and with like a pickled ginger. And that was the other one, the 2 courses that I was like, that one I could eat just like the broccolini, but the sauce and the shaved truffle, I was like, this is not even close to being for me.
Is that because I can't pronounce it?
What? What did I pronounce?
The broccolini. No. That's why it's in China.
Come on.
Oh, God. Is that where he was going?
I guess.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and we had saffron sorbet. Saffron, the most expensive herb in the world.
Well, yeah, Donovan was crazy about that.
Mad about it, even.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know who that is. Is that an old people reference?
Yes. Go ahead.
Well, come on, guys.
An old Navy reference.
Well, they had like a couple different sorbets. Was one of the desserts too, and one of them was mango. I don't like mangoes. One of them was saffron. I found out I don't like saffron. And then one was like a chocolate. That was really, really good.
You don't like mango. You don't like saffron.
I had never had saffron before.
It's from the crocus flower. Those are gorgeous.
It was like not a sorbet, but like a shaved ice almost. It was like a saffron shaved ice.
Yeah.
And it was a very, very strange flavor to have as a dessert.
So you weren't wild about it?
About the saffron?
Yeah.
No, I was not.
All right. I'm going to keep it going. I don't care.
Is this a song?
Mary was not wild about saffron.
It was a very popular Gap commercial in the early 2000s, or like mid-2000s.
Well, I'm not surprised.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised that you're not hip to that, but
no,
it was Mellow Yellow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I was not wild about saffron. You can quote me on that.
No, I understand.
I'm just mad about saffron. Saffron's mad about me. I'm just mad about saffron. She's just mad about me. They call me Mellow Yellow.
I know this song.
Quite rightly. They call me Mellow Yellow.
That's what we're referencing.
Quite rightly. I love quite rightly. And then he goes on to a weird, I'm just mad about 14. I wonder what that means. Anywho, let's pull the chute on Donovan, who is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I don't know if they ever used that song for the pop Mellow Yellow, Imagine they had to. I mean, a little on the nose for them. Anywho, saffron, not for you.
No. Only reiterating that I have hillbilly taste buds, because even when I could eat shellfish, I never liked lobster. I didn't really like crab. I don't like saffron.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think not liking saffron puts you in hillbilly territory. A lot of people that couldn't even identify saffron.
It's supposed to be like some decadent, type of whatever that you. What's the word I'm looking for?
My thought is just because something is rare doesn't make it good.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it something you're going to enjoy. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Yeah.
Definitely not that.
I wouldn't worry about that. After Hours line here on the Alan Cox Show. We've got it available to you anytime you want to leave a voicemail. It is 216-986-8903. Trucker John always checking in from the road.
Alan, Trucker John, king of I-71. I was listening to some of the podcasts from last week. Bill's coming to Youngstown. Bill, when, where, and how do I get tickets? Alan, I think you hit on it. Poundcake walk around with a GoPro all day being homeless Poundcake. Boy, that'd be a great punishment. All right, man, that's all I got. Trucker John out.
Yeah, we got to zero in on our polar blast punishments. Poundcake with a GoPro on his head being homeless. I mean that's layers upon layers.
That'd be great though.
Yeah, but if they have a GoPro, then they're gonna know it's a joke.
We can hide it. We can hide it.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
All right. Well, we'll figure it out.
Grow your hair out more. Put it in there. Hide it in your fro.
He doesn't want to grow his hair out.
I didn't say I didn't want to grow my hair out.
I said you should just let it go. And you're like, I don't want to. Which is your hair. That's fine.
Well, no, it's different. Like on the top, it's fine. On the sides, it's okay. I just have to comb it a different way. But the back, it's a little nappy. Like it doesn't look right. So as long as I can trim up the back and make sure it's square and straight,
just grow it straight up.
Then eventually.
OG Childish Gambino.
My hair doesn't work like that. My hair, it will be a fro for a little bit, and then it will start to weigh down, and I will have
look like Pam Grier in '72.
Me and my brother joke about it. When we say we're gonna cut me a Caspian, we want to look like the prince from Prince Caspian in the Chronicles of Narnia.
Caspian?
Caspian?
Yeah.
Caspian. The Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian.
Yeah.
We're going to get our hair like that.
Caspian is what you're thinking of. Prince Caspian.
Sure.
Not Caspian.
Okay.
But that's long, like Viking hair, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's
what his hair grows like when he gets it long.
Yes. I had it like that in high school for a very brief period of time.
You had long, straight hair.
It was not straight, but it was
like
long.
wavy.
Yeah, it looked. That was my Latino phase. People thought like, ooh, he Puerto Rican. Look at his hair.
His Latino phase.
I just didn't correct them because I was like, my hair is pretty.
Sure.
It was very Corbin blue.
He was the Poundcake was the cultural appropriation king of Oberlin High School.
JVS. People at Oberlin.
And they probably don't take too kindly over there to cultural appropriation.
At JVS?
Yeah.
No, they don't care. They would not care at all. Appropriate all you want to. We want to listen to the music.
Well, good. I'm glad it didn't come to blows. I'm going to take a break. I'll have more money for you at 3:30. Listen for that next keyword for the Buzzard bookie. There's $1,000 about half past every hour. So listen for those. If you want to join us for the Polar Blast Battle, speaking of which, got spots on Bill's team all week. ICES is the team. WMMS.com has all the details for you, but we'll do that after the break.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
It's time to give some stuff away. Now it's time to give some stuff away.
All right, you want to join us for the 2024 Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. Yeah, it's a mouthful, but so's the event. We go back to Boston Mills Brandywine on the 23rd of this month. It's our annual tubing race. We have a blast every year, and all we ask is that you join us. One of our teams. Bill's team this week, Poundcake's is set, mine is set. Bill's team, Ices, want to join? Be caller 10. All of the details are at WMMS.com. It's a free event. You can come hang. We party in the lodge afterward. We'll have prizes. Matitude's going to be spinning for us. So get your spot on Bill's team here. Be caller 10, and you'll join us on the 23rd. Okay, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've got more money for you here in about 8 or 9 minutes. $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. 3:30, 4:30, and 5:30 will be your last 3 chances today to grab that money. I was reading a wild story about the woman that was just crowned Miss Japan. Did you see the story?
I did not.
Even in your own country, people don't want you looking like you look. I mean, the girl who won was born in Ukraine, but she grew up from the age of 5 in Japan. So she considers herself fully Japanese, but she doesn't look Japanese. She's a white girl. And so she's surrounded by the runners-up, and they're all Japanese, and she won. So it was from the jump, it was not without its controversy that Carolina Shino was crowned Miss Japan 2024. Born in Ukraine, but moved to Japan when she was 5. I don't know if her dad is, I think her father is Japanese. And so they moved to Japan when she was 5. So she's lived there her whole life. And she's like, I consider myself Japanese. I'm a naturalized citizen. But somebody really wanted her out. Because as soon as the hubbub around her being crowned at all died down, she announces she's stepping down. Because a magazine reported that she was having an affair with a married man. Oh, boy. And so somebody really wanted her out, because this is not like something that wouldn't have been known ahead of time. 26-year-old Carolina Shino, again, the Ukrainian-born Miss Japan, was dating a married doctor. And she initially said, no, he told me that he was getting divorced, or he told me he was single and I didn't know he was married. But she eventually came clean. They initially said that the Miss Japan organization didn't think that there was anything, that through no fault of her own, she found herself in that situation. But they said that it came to light that she had dated him for quite some time, knowing that he was married. And of course, over in Japan, that's a big, big deal.
Oh, is it?
They have, they have a lot of, systems of, they believe very strongly in honor. My ex-wife lived in Japan for a number of years, and it's a very strange culture, to say the least.
Oh, she doesn't got to, offer herself to restore the honor, does she?
Harakiri? No, she didn't have to do that.
Okay.
No seppuku in the...
A man thing?
What's that?
The kill yourself
It's
for
2024, Mary. It's
Anybody
right
can
now.
stab themselves and disembowel themselves in front of other people, Mary. Yeah, I don't know about that. But I think you might be right. I think it might be primarily a male thing. But, I mean, Japan is a country where, CEOs of companies will step down because they screwed up. Over here, they're like, what are you kidding me?
They're like, hey, we just got to fire a bunch of workers.
Yeah, that's right.
Give me my bonus.
Yeah. Just slash all the low people on the totem pole, and we'll move on as though nothing. So, yeah, there's, long-held traditions of
or
honor.
they'll step down, but they'll still get their golden parachute of,
$320 million.
Right.
So, it sounds like somebody really wanted her out, or maybe it was, I guess if you're being charitable, you could chalk it up to coincidence that this story had come out right after she was crowned Miss Japan. But she said that she thought the doctor was single. That turned out to be a lie. She continued the relationship even after she discovered that he was married.
Oh, she was in love.
She was in love. But imagine you're the runners-up in the Miss Japan beauty pageant, and you look Japanese, and she doesn't, and she wins.
Yeah,
you're like, what do I have to do in my own country to not get beaten out?
And they're like, there's a 34-way tie for second place.
34-way. Boy. So I guess her parent, the girl who won, she was born in the Ukraine, moved to Japan at 5 after her parents divorced, and her mother married a Japanese man, and she took his name. So her stepfather's Japanese, but she's been living in Japan for 21 years, ever since. And it was a big deal when she got crowned because there were all these think pieces being written on, like, what does it mean to be Japanese? Do you have to be born here? Is it a culture? Is it, if you're part of that culture, what does that mean? And that's a worthwhile conversation for probably any country to have. We have those kinds of conversations in this country all the time, but this is a country of obviously many cultures.
She ain't gonna talk English.
Some people don't like it that way, man. You don't speak no United States. You get out of my face.
You gonna talk your native tongue, you go back.
Why don't you go back where you're from? People are like, Baltimore?
What are you talking
No, you know what I mean. I was born in Baltimore. Yeah, but you know what I mean. She said, all my life I've been told I'm not Japanese enough, both directly and indirectly, but I know I'm Japanese. Nobody has the right to tell me that I'm not. Now, she is not born in Japan. She, but again, if somebody, when my ex-wife lived in Japan, she had gotten engaged to a Japanese guy. But he had grown up in Toronto. So his family had gone to Canada. He considered himself Canadian. His family was in Japan. Obviously, he was, physically Asian. You'd look at him and go, that's an Asian guy. But he considered himself Canadian because that was where he had lived most of his life. So I don't know what the problem with that is. But again, Canada is another country that has a lot of different cultures in it too. Japan, not so much. So when they put the crown on the Ukrainian girl's head, I doubt that the other girls care that she's lived there for 21 years. She said, if a person thinks she is Japanese, then she is. It is a matter of the heart. She identifies as Japanese, to put a finer point on it, and we have to support.
She grew up in Japan. Yeah.
She grew up there.
Yeah.
Japanese.
Yeah.
I would think that country would be more strict about this, though.
Well, I think they are. I think that's probably why. You mean how would they crown her in the first place?
Yes.
I think that's
an entrance thing. Like you can't even submit.
I think that's the weirdest part of it. And then you beat the other girls.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she even made it through.
Well, obviously there was judges. I mean, it's not like it was a bunch of Ukrainian judges that made her the winner. It's people that do this pageant every year, and they're like, hey, that's our winner.
Yeah.
Probably just trying to bring attention to the whole thing.
Sons of bitches. Anyway, it's a wild story because initially it was wild that she won, and then the magazine prints an article saying, well, she has to step down because she's dating a dude who's married. Hey, Alan.
Yes, sir. How are you doing this afternoon?
Did one of you guys it's Alan Tuskus. Didn't you you guys just run into him
I just
somewhere?
ran into him on Sunday night at Corky's.
Right.
Yeah, for Tim's birthday party.
Yeah.
Alan Tuskus, of course, the well-known and notoriously famous and talented Hollywood makeup effect artist.
Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. Put the applause.
Yeah.
Sit down, everybody.
Yep.
Shut up.
What's going on?
Hey, hi, how are you doing?
Good.
All kinds of things. I missed the show yesterday, but my lovely wife, Terry, said they were talking about dressing Poundcake up, and they were talking about padding, and maybe you ought to give him a call. And I said, this guy that I met last night, I told you about, he's blah, blah. So I thought I'd give you a call, and we can if Poundcake loses, I will take care of him big time.
All right.
I will.
See, we can't just, given your abilities, I don't think we'd be able to just stop at making him look homeless. We'd want him to walk around looking like the Predator or something. Just something awful,
something
terrible.
Lift him up.
Yeah.
Happen to him.
Mhm.
I know people who know people. I would. Oh my. That would be so much fun.
He's practically
Yeah.
begging.
I know, right? All right. Well, listen, I appreciate you being in the mix, Alan. We'll certainly take it under consideration.
All right. And Bill, you got that photograph I sent you there?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much, sir.
That'll be $200.
You got me.
You got him.
There you go. But okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Keep me appraised of the situation.
I will, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
You take care.
All
Love
right, you too. There's Alan Tuskus. He's a makeup artist, project coordinator, big-time Hollywood makeup guy. Lives in Lakewood, I think. Yeah. Local dude. Worked with Greg Nicotero, I think, for a long time.
Well,
Robert Kurtzman. And
started talking about him because of when Mary watched Tusk.
I didn't watch Tusk.
Oh, you didn't watch
Brian
Tusk.
watched Tusk, and
Yeah.
Brian tried to make me watch Tusk,
Well, now
and
you
I
should.
refused.
You'd
because
hate Tusk.
I looked up the scene.
Yeah.
I looked up a couple scenes, and I was like, this could not be further from something I'm interested in.
No, you'd hate it.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely not doing that. And then that guy called in and was like, yeah, I did that. That was me.
Oh, he's a very nice guy.
But you should watch a movie that Alan Tuskus worked on called Skinned Deep. Ooh, you'll enjoy that. Oh, you'll like that.
Cannibals?
Huh?
Cannibals?
Ish. All right, I got money for you. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to put $1,000 in your pocket, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Boy, I don't know about you, but I don't know that you're going to do any better today than watching Kevin Bacon serenade his alpacas. Kevin Bacon and Kira Sedgwick have a farm out in the middle of nowhere, and they have alpacas. And if you follow him on Instagram, sometimes you'll see him. You know, he has a band. He's very musically inclined. A good guitar player. He and his brother go out as a band, fittingly called the Bacon Brothers. And they have alpacas. And I guess he felt compelled to serenade them.
Alpacas, they're a moody bunch. This dark one here, Electra, friendly. The one standing in the back there, Kate, pretty friendly. But that one staring at me right there, Sharona, she has never given me the time of day. Have you, Sharona? Ooh, my little pretty one, when you gonna give me some time, Sharona? Ooh, you make my motor run, gonna coming off of the line, Sharona.
Now, I don't know if it's creepy or not for that song to be played for an animal because, of course, My Sharona. You know, that's when everybody was writing songs about falling in love with a 13-year-old girl.
Well, how old is that alpaca?
In alpaca years? I don't know.
No, in human years.
Do alpacas age differently? I don't know how old the alpaca was. He didn't
All
say.
that shearing, maybe. Affects
Yeah.
their bloodstream. I
Yup.
don't know. Been watching a lot of House. It seems like it could.
It's never lupus. Well, alpacas, they only live to be about 20, so I don't know how, I mean, on average, I don't know how old that one was. Alan, that story about Miss Japan is the biggest bombshell to hit Japan since, well, I can't think of when. See what they were doing?
Mm-hmm.
Last week when talking about the Mount Rushmore of artists, Poundcake said he wanted Whitney Houston on the Mount Rushmore. And I think it makes sense considering she always was on the rock. The crack rock.
Oh, Poundcake.
You guys literally have nothing else.
Can you believe the level of disrespect? Just the brazen and unbridled disrespect shown to her. Nay, to both of you. Oof. Man. Your thoughts?
If she never did drugs in her life, you guys would have nothing to talk about. Like, literally, it's...
Well, we would talk about her amazing talent.
Okay, but everyone has their vices.
But that was not everybody.
Yes.
No.
All the rock stars have their vices. If the rock
You're
star-
calling crack a vice.
It's absolutely a vice.
Well, it closed itself around
And
her neck.
She paid the ultimate price for it, so I would say let it be. She paid the price for being
You
an
think she'd
addict.
get a discount? She's buying so much. You think she would have to pay the whole price?
What would you like them to focus on? Because you are right. People, that's low-hanging fruit, boy. People love making that joke. We love making it. The audience loves making it because they like to needle you.
Yeah, that's not...
They know you're needled.
The more they do it, the more, I mean, I'll just...
The more resolve you show.
Yeah, eventually it just won't bother me.
When will that happen? Right, so eventually has not gotten here yet.
They can keep going, and eventually it'll just be...
Well, don't tell them that. We're trying to get them off the scent.
Mm.
All right. What would you like to focus on?
I don't know. Her beauty, her talent. You could talk about how, I guess, her and Bobby were just off the wall. You could talk about their reality show. They openly did
But
that.
that's what led her into the world of crack doing.
No, she was doing coke and crack before she met Bobby.
Oh. Well, who introduced her to it? The music biz?
Her brother.
Her brother?
Her brother.
Oh,
It's
Bill
always
Brown?
The people closest to you.
I know, right? They're not looking out for your best interest.
Ever.
However,
I'm going to be Bill Houston.
you have... Sorry, what did I say? Bill Brown?
Bill Brown.
Bill Houston. However, you still have to agree. I've had plenty of people in my life offer me cocaine, and I have politely declined because I don't want to do cocaine.
Nerd.
Sorry.
Square.
All right.
Polar blast punishment.
Yes, Ellen.
Coach Joe.
Uh-huh.
He does a bump every segment.
There
That's
you
how
go.
He starts every segment. You
Yep.
can do 9 bumps.
Came off a mountain of snow, baby.
Just remind me of that flight attendant walking in on me as I'm going to town on some dude. Sorry, just gonna do a bump. That's literally what she would say every time.
Who would?
What is this story?
What?
I told this
He's
story.
told this story where he was at like a house party
In San
with
Diego,
a bunch of flight attendants.
and they
Oh, okay. I thought you were
he's told
on a
this story.
flight. I was like,
No.
what?
Right. Nobody wants that.
It was a house full of flight attendants, and apparently this guy had the best surface in the house for a little snorty snort.
What constitutes all you need is a flat surface? What
I
is
don't-
the
Flat
and you don't
smooth.
even need a flat surface.
And it's
She just
good if it's smooth too, because you don't want it to. You don't want to lose cocaine into some fibers.
Her voice is just ingrained in my memory because it was a timid knock. Sorry, I'm just gonna do a bump.
The nature of the knock.
And it wasn't knock
Coke
and
knock.
wait to enter. It was knock and enter. So she
Knock
would just,
while entering.
Yeah, and then she'd just walk right in and just do a bump, and then turn and look at me, and I'm wrist deep by this point, and she'll turn around and go and finish her thing, and she'll walk out of the room. She did that probably 3 or 4 times.
Wrist.
Yeah, that's the story.
So Whitney Houston started with which drug?
Coke.
And she graduated to which?
Well, I think she was doing pot as a teenager, and then she did coke with her brother Gary.
And then graduated to what?
I guess crack. I don't know how.
Which one?
Crack.
Which?
I don't know. What do you mean, which?
I didn't understand what you said.
She went from pot to coke and then to crack.
Okay.
Weed's a gateway drug. There it is. That's all the evidence you need.
I bet she started as a drinker, though.
I don't know. I mean, people don't really talk about that. They never talked about her indulgence in alcohol. They mainly talk about her illegal substances. Like, she smoked cigarettes. Like, she used to chain smoke. That's what ruined her voice, not the coke. I'm sure there's plenty of cokeheads or crackheads that can sing. I don't know if it ruins your lungs.
Alan, you were snorting Midol back in the day. I wasn't snorting Midol. I snorted Midol, right. But that was as a goof. That was being a good time Charlie. That was me being Captain Fun.
And you were just a little bloated, so you wanted to get that down, you know?
Absolutely. It was a heavy flow day. All right.
Oh my gosh! Can I real quick on the
it better
heavy
be
flow?
quick.
It is quick. So Brian is helping me move in. My roommate gets here Saturday. This is because you said heavy flow day. I started my period Saturday, and I was bitching about being crampy and everything like that. And Sarah goes, "Oh my God, I'm supposed to start soon too." And Brian goes, "So are you guys gonna like sync up or whatever?" And I was like, "It'll probably happen if we live together." He goes, "How do you guys do that?" And I was like, are you asking if we have to, like, turn the Wi-Fi on our vaginas to, like, sync them? Hey, is your Bluetooth on your uterus? Like, I think he was joking, but he wholeheartedly, he was like, yeah, like, how do you guys make that happen? Like, how do you sync up like that?
Do you guys both have that menstruation app on your phones?
It just made me laugh. I was like, what do you think? We just, like, put our uteruses against each other? And then
It's like Mission Impossible.
No, obviously.
On my mark. 3, 2, 1.
Obviously, there's a spell.
Right. There's a certain tea, an onion tea you have to drink.
Onion tea and saffron and The Craft
I just
on
thought that was-
DVD.
It was
I
a
read
cute.
somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
I mean, he does have a child, so he was probably kidding.
But then also, I was like, to be 100% honest with you, I don't know the science behind it. I just know that if I spend enough time with another woman, our periods come at the same time. I don't know why or how, but it happens.
Because God hates us.
Probably.
All right, well, let us know when that happens, by the way.
I will.
Because
She has-
until then, we're all going to be in rapt suspense.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. To do that, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
I'm going to go see Gary Clark Jr. He's got a new EP coming out. It's called JPEG Raw. It's going to be out March 22. And he's going on tour. He's great live. Gary Clark Jr. Want to see him do his thing? It's going to happen Friday, May 24th at Jacobs Pavilion. You can go to axs.com for any and all info on the show. Caller 10, this pair is for you. 2 for Gary Clark Jr. in May. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our live stream is now Scratch and Sniff, in that you can scratch the screen and then sniff your fingers. Yeah, the Alan Cox Show.
100.7
WMMS.
$35192 want to send me a text. Cavs off tonight, but they won here at home against the Kings at the Romo Fijo. And tomorrow night, they'll be in D.C. to play the Wizards, play the Nets in Brooklyn, play the Raptors up in Toronto before they come back home. Cavs basketball tomorrow night. Your FM flagship home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball is 100.7 WMMS. 6:30 pregame with Michael Snyder and the whole gang. Of course, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app as well. They announced the Guardians, too. You can start buying Guardians tickets. I guess that's exciting, right?
Yeah.
The 2024 tickets, and they released the big promotional calendar, too. Single game tickets go on sale the 16th because that's 216 Day.
That's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
It is Bill Squire and my dog's birthday, and they'll start selling single game tickets for the Guardians 2024 season.
Are me and Juno the same age now because of dog years?
I don't know. I haven't done the math on that. The Guardians home opener, of course, on April the 8th against the Chicago White Sox. That is the day of the full solar eclipse. So it's going to be madness in Cleveland. But they have the full promotional calendar is available as well, including June 22nd, which is Josh Naylor bobblehead night, but also post-game concert with Shaq Diesel.
Oh.
Shaquille O'Neal post-game concert on June 22nd. I don't know who they're playing that night, but all kinds of fun things ready to go, including Stephen Kwan, Obi-Kwan Kenobi, Star Wars bobblehead.
I like that because it's nice and smooth. And
Yeah.
stretch.
Obi-Kwan Kenobi.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
June 5th is pickleball paddle night. What
Record
else?
attendance of old people.
August 2nd is Guardians swim cap night. You can't be a baseball fan without a covered head. And, things along the way. They're always doing something interesting over there. But the Guardians tickets for the 2024 season will go on sale next Friday, 10 a.m. on February the 16th. And, of course, the 8th is the day of the solar eclipse. And, we've had relatives that have hit us up and said, hey, we're probably coming to town for the eclipse. And I had really underestimated the draw of this eclipse. And I was looking at a list of, they had the top hotels in the state of Ohio that they U.S. News and World Report ranked 4,000 hotels in the United States, 73 of which are in Ohio. And then they did the top 10 hotels in the state of Ohio. The very top is in Cincinnati. The Hancock Hotel in Findlay, Ohio, which is probably some old, historical, I don't know. The Ritz-Carlton Cleveland is the first Cleveland hotel that shows up on this list. But I would imagine all of them, if you have tried to book a hotel or even look at the rates for April the 8th. So you already have Guardians opening day. I don't know how many people come from out of town for that. Probably be some people from Chicago coming in to watch the White Sox play the Guardians for opening day maybe. But it's also the day of the eclipse. And so all these hotels have solar eclipse package where they basically double the price of their rooms. It is supply and demand. You know, the Ritz-Carlton, it's the number one hotel here in Cleveland. I took a look this morning. They have a king room, city view. Normally run you about $450 a night.
Dude, I've been in that presidential suite.
The solar eclipse package, $999 for the same room.
Come on. What do they throw in? Sunglasses? What are they giving you?
Nothing. Probably nothing. They're like, here you go. You want to be in a hotel during the eclipse at 2 in the afternoon? Yeah, so $999 is their solar eclipse package. And I guarantee every high-end hotel has that. I don't know if you can get away with doubling your rate at the, Quality Inn, but maybe they are. I don't know. But I think anybody who has an Airbnb in Northeast Ohio, I shouldn't even say Northeast Ohio. I mean, Cleveland is very much in that path of totality. It's not the whole area. So everybody's literally going to be descending on Cleveland because we're in that path, which doesn't happen often. There are eclipses all the time, but I just underestimated the appeal of this one because it's going to be dark for like 4 minutes, I think, right? Not long. Like 3 in the afternoon. Right when they get the ball game going, it's going to be pitch black. Birds are going to be bumping into stuff. And so that part will be fun. The Alfred Hitchcock part of the eclipse is going to be fun. People are turning their headlights on. And,
I remember the eclipse that was here.
People are going to be getting, there's going to be looting. People are going to get mugged. That's going to be the fun part.
Got to do it fast, though. We only got 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Way more time than you need. Say what, Cody?
I said I remember when there was a small eclipse a couple years ago. Don't you remember us running out of Rockside and everyone? You see all in that business park. Everyone had their little sunglasses on.
Yeah.
It was so funny to see like adults act like children for like 2 minutes. Everyone was like, "Ooh, let me see." Everyone's like sharing binoculars or like the.
That's because it's neat.
I know, but it was just like. Everyone turns into a kid again because it's like when you see a comet, like no matter how old you are, when you see a comet, you're like, oh, I'm not going to see this for another 15 years. I might be dead next time this comes around.
I might be dead in 15 years. Yeah, well, it's always a possibility.
I still remember seeing, I don't know what comet it was, but my older cousin put me up on his shoulders, and it was a huge comet, and it just took up the entire sky, and I would never forget it because it looked so, like, extraterrestrial. Like,
by the way, this is all contingent on clear skies.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, that's a lot to gamble on a clear day in Cleveland.
It's still going to be dark, obviously, but it's going to suck if it's not clear. April in Ohio?
Yeah.
There's a really high probability that you're like, well, it's dark, but I don't see the thing happening, and you've paid $999 for the king room at the Ritz-Carlton. Alan, I listen every day. Want to see if you could pass something along to Mary.
Ready.
I don't agree with your politics, but I want all you guys to be safe. Okay. The New York mayor said people are stealing scooters, riding up behind women walking alone and grabbing their purse and cell phones. Okay. So Mary to watch out for herself over there.
Thank you.
Yeah, zooming up behind you, whereas all of the local scooters here in Cleveland are going into the lake. In New York, they're zooming up
and river.
I'm sorry. They're zooming up behind you and grabbing your purse and your cell phone.
The crime in New York is insane.
And it's just a lot of people, dude.
I know. I just remember my roommate who was from Jersey City. He would always talk about, because I was like, oh man, like you can always watch the ball drop and you could just go into New York whenever you want. He was like, I stay in Jersey. He was like, I don't really need to go to New York unless it's like a business thing. And I was like, do you ever take a walk through Central Park? He's like, people get mugged in Central Park in broad daylight.
We're just at Central Park on Saturday. I don't feel unsafe.
It doesn't
in the
happen.
city.
I wouldn't go walking around there like at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
Like
but
by
in broad
yourself.
daylight, you're okay.
I don't know
I
about
mean,
all that.
walking anywhere by yourself is always. It's like I don't wear earbuds or headphones in public.
I don't
because I'm like I
gotta
want
be aware.
You wanna know what's going on, yeah.
I gotta know what's going
the
on.
amount of people who have headphones in here really does surprise me. And where I'm just like, that blows my mind. Unless they're not on and they just like put their earbuds in so people don't talk to them or something.
My
I don't
guess is
know.
that they're on and they're just like, hey, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I'm not gonna live my life in fear.
Yeah.
Well, people, I feel like they're on the lookout because there's a lot of gang activity and they're looking for people who they think are alone, unaware, and an easy target. Like, I don't think they're trying to, hurt you, like rob or rape you or like kill you, but they might just steal from you.
I was talking to a comic about this. It was I had a late spot. It was like 1 a.m, and I was like, I don't want to take the train home. I don't really like being in the subway that late at night by myself. And he's like a 6'4" black dude. He's giant. And he's like, they're not gonna mess with you, blah blah. I was like, no, nobody's gonna mess with you. Like, look at you. You're very intimidating. And then there was another smaller female comic in the green room, and she was like, no, you just have to out crazy them. She's like, if a person comes up to you
Smear
acting
poop on
crazy.
you.
She was like, just be crazier. She's like, shout some nonsense or scream at the top of your lungs or just be crazy. She's like, these people aren't looking for a fight. They're looking for easy targets.
They finally met their match in Mary Santora.
Do you not know I'm from
They
Berea, bitch?
Didn't know what was coming.
But that
State
was
your
their
set.
advice.
Yeah.
I was like, I'd rather just not have to act crazy. I'll just take an Uber.
Oh, you're from Brooklyn? I'm from Berea,
Yeah,
Ohio.
Brooklyn, I'm from Berea.
You don't want to mess with a bitch from Ohio.
I love the videos of people walking around with those dumb Apple Vision Pro on their heads.
Who's walking around with those?
Well, my question is, I mean,
there's like bloggers and stuff that were doing it just to
yeah, if
experience
they're
it,
getting
yeah.
paid to put content out there, or if Apple just knows there's enough first adopter tech dorks that are going to walk around.
Yeah.
And the people who are just walking through the city, here I'll show you. I mean, most of these I think are from New York, but like the dude who's doing the crosswalk there, and he's swiping in the air because he's looking at stuff that's beyond the. It's so stupid. Like, I'd
silly.
feel like a jack off wearing this in my own house, let alone you walk. There's a guy driving a Tesla. These two dudes, people are like, oh, everybody's on their phone. And somebody goes, hey, look at these two guys. Not a phone in sight. They're just having lunch with these goggles on their heads.
I don't understand.
The most stolen wallet in history is what they called the guy who's on the subway just typing in midair while he's got his goggles on. Oh, I love it. Well, this is the future everyone wanted. God bless you.
Da-dum-dum-dum.
So, yeah, I think some of these people are probably getting paid or whatever, someone's.
But there's also people that just, they want to be the first to do it. They want to figure it out. They want to see how practical it actually is. And they look stupid. But I have seen some videos of people that have figured it out and they're using it in their own space. And at home, it can be kind of cool if you need to watch 17 things at the same time.
Well,
that
that's what I'm
seems to be
saying.
the only thing you can do with this. And be like, well, you can put a screen over here, and then you can put a screen over here, and then you can put a screen over here. And it's
Right.
Like,
What if people?
okay, I don't think I'll ever need this.
How do the goggles
Again, I think it's cool. I don't know if it's $3,500 cool because you're still walking around with a cord that goes to a battery in your pocket.
Right.
How do the goggles?
So you're not unencumbered completely.
How do the goggles do everything but allow you to see? Like, how is there?
They
not-
do allow you to
No,
see
you
it.
see past it. Like you can see the things kind of in cyberspace in front of you, but you can still see out the goggles. You can see where
I
you're
was
going.
gonna say.
Yeah.
Like
You
there's a video of a girl that's walking and she's got a map in midair but just seeing these people out in the wild and they're swiping at stuff they're looking at and you're just I mean, God bless these people, frankly. I mean, they're walking so the rest of us can run. But it's just at this point, it's pretty goofy.
Give it 5 years, and if this actually catches on, they're gonna make ones that aren't so clunky looking, with a
Like
battery
like
pack that
sunglasses.
is more hidden. I think they're still gonna be goggle-esque, just because there's so many cameras and things that go into it.
Yeah.
But it's gonna they're going to find a way
winnow
to
it
make
down
more,
to something else.
Yeah, they're going to find a way to make it more stylish.
They'll get Tony Stark on the case.
Or
and
people
he'll
are just
figure
going to
it
be
out.
like, there's going to be more apps developed. There's going to be more, and there's going to be more interest, and eventually you're going to see people with these regularly.
Because Google Glass went away pretty quickly because people weren't there yet, I don't think. I think now they're there, but...
And the technology wasn't there yet.
Right.
The technology was just kind of like...
Yeah, these goggles...
Whatever.
Look like they would give me, make me be, claustrophobic.
And Casey Neistat, I watched a video
You're
about
gonna
him.
make you feel what?
Claustrophobic?
Okay.
Claustrophobic.
There you
Tro. Claustrophobic.
Say what, Bill?
He was doing a review on him, and he's like, this is the most futuristic type. Like, this is the moment I had was, oh, this is what, like, all the things that we've been promised.
What you were promised, yeah.
This feels the most like that stuff. You know, we've seen so many iterations of this in movies and TV shows, and this is the moment that I'm feeling, oh, this is that. So I think there's some interesting things that you can do with this. I'm not interested in paying $3,500 for it
it's
at
not,
all.
It's not consumer friendly yet.
Yeah, but
at least the price
give
point
it
isn't.
5 years and 10 years, and I think it's going to be way more popular, and it's going to be way more accessible too. Because I've used the other VR goggles. I've used the MetaQuest 2, which is fun, like to play some games and stuff on, but it wasn't anything that I couldn't wait to use again. It would be like you do it once and be like, that's enough.
Well, after a while, you probably get a headache.
Yeah, well, it was clunky and uncomfortable to wear, and you get all sweaty in it, and yeah.
That's why I think it's funny when they show you the commercials of people exercising in them. I'm like, nobody's going to use these to work out.
No way.
Your center of gravity's all off because you got this giant thing on your head, and then you're going to sweat in it, and So that looks cool for a commercial because they're trying to convince people that
make it seem like so practical in so many different uses.
or that people who are super active are going to be using it. It's going to be like dudes using it for porn immediately.
Right.
Or women can use it to try on outfits. Like, how would this dress look on me?
I don't want the
Or
want
just
the
try them
holodeck.
on.
That's what I want.
No, you
come on, Apple, give me the holodeck.
Yeah.
I want that. I want the room you go in. You go holodeck. Give me who's the Sweeney? What's that Sweeney girl?
Sweeney Todd.
No,
Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney. And me at a bar just having a nice time together.
You're buying Sydney Sweeney a drink in a bar.
Just to get things going.
Yeah. Alan, why is Poundcake's go-to intimidation tactic smear poop on myself? Yeah, why is it? He's our Ted Nugent. You know how Ted Nugent wanted to get out of serving? Ted Nugent loves the troops so much that he wanted to get out of the military by not wiping his ass or showering or, sort of patriot he is. That's what Poundcake's doing. It's the Ted Nugent approach.
Well, Mary said you got to act crazier, so I can't think of anything more crazy than smearing poop on yourself. I said the same thing. Again, these are scenarios that I create in my head. If reading to someone, if I'm in prison and reading to someone doesn't work, being their bitch doesn't work, next on the line is smearing poop on myself. No one wants to room with someone that has poop on them. This means it's survival.
What if it's somebody who's really into poop? What if that's their kink?
Well, then I'm their bitch.
You played yourself, playa.
I'm the poop baby. I'm the turd baby that they want.
Poop baby.
Wow, poop baby needs some drinky poo.
I'm not doing it for fun. I'm not wallowing around in my own filth.
Good for you. I hate a wallow in filth or anything else. Don't ever wallow.
Everyone wants to call me out. Like, I go to poop. Well,
they're just trying to clarify things that come out of your mouth.
Why would anyone?
These are not things we're making up. These are quotes, and they are asking me to pass it along to you to clarify.
I thought that was a good clarification. Mary said, out crazy someone, smear poop on yourself.
That's pretty crazy, but then you have to also ride home with poop on you.
Yeah,
it's a
then
40-minute train ride.
Or you could wallow. You could wallow home with poop on you.
Alan, those goggles are going to get cheaper just so they can sell you more stuff. It's going to be all ads. Well, yeah. I mean, listen, every form of technology that comes along is a way to sell you more things. But, I don't know. I think that the concept is really cool. you know, but this is, some people love to be first adopters. I like to wait a couple of generations.
Yeah, let them work the kinks out.
Yeah, let all these other dorks get out there and show us what the downsides are, right?
Well, I saw one video where they were trying to use it on the train, and as the train takes off, all the like screens or whatever they had were in the location that he was. So like you can't use it on the train because it doesn't know where to be.
Doesn't go with you.
Yeah.
Well, and those are the things, again, they figure out where all the bugs are by having people use them.
Right.
In real world situations, and then Apple go, you know, because those people, you can bet your ass they're going to be the ones that are complaining.
Mm-hmm.
I spent $3,500 on this, and, you know, I can't, whatever.
My screens are at the last stop.
I got to go back and find my screens. Next stop, Pottersville. I got money for you, 4:30, next keyword, to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. If you want to go to Sonic Temple, it is up to 4 days in May. It's the 16th through the 19th in Columbus, and everybody's playing. I'll have weekend passes for you to Sonic Temple after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart
Recap every game as we make our way through the playoffs and to Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
All right, you want to go to Sonic Temple 2024 Music and Arts Festival in Pastoral and Bucolic, Columbus, Ohio. It's up to 4 days now. It's the 16th through the 19th at historic Crew Stadium. And the lineup, history is any guide. It's amazing. Slipknot and Pantera, the OG Misfits, Disturbed, Evanescence, Mudvayne, Anthrax, 311, Sleep Token, finally. Flyleaf, remember them? They got Lacey Sternbach. Rise Against, Sum 41, Judas Priest, Cypress Hill, many, many, many more. I got weekend passes for you for the whole thing. SonicTempleFestival.com for everything else. Caller 10, these passes are for you. You and a pal at Sonic Temple. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got hot celebrity goss from Perez Bilton in a few minutes. Who knows what's going on in Tinseltown? Perez Bilton knows. And a bit before that, I'll have another $1,000 for it about 6 or 7 minutes from now. 4:30 is when the next whatchamacallit, a keyword we'll get to you for $1,000. Then 5:30 is the last one today, and then it starts up again tomorrow morning with RMG. But we'll get hot goss from Perez Bilton. Fortunately, Mary is back, and she loves that part of the show.
It's my favorite.
Somebody suggested that if your team loses the Polar Blast, punishment should be that you would have to listen to and or watch a year's worth of Friday Get-Downs.
Why? Are you going to put like a supercut together?
Yeah.
That's a lot of work for me.
Would it be Get-Downs or Gets Down? Like attorneys
Get
general.
Downs.
It's Get-Downs?
Yeah.
Get-Downs. All right. Well, you got to
What
think.
if we did haircut-based ones?
You got to think, on average, Friday Get Down, it's a minute, not even, right? Let's say 30 seconds for the Get Down. And then weekly, so there's simply no way to know how many there are in a year.
That'd be like, at least 45 minutes of get downs. I don't want to do that at all.
No. 52, and we don't even do the full 52.
Yeah, we don't miss. We miss a lot of weeks.
Let's
It's
say.
longer than 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, I know it was supercut, but it
So
wouldn't
40 minutes at the very least. That's miserable.
of 30 seconds a pop. Let's
Yes.
say 40 weeks at 30 seconds a pop. It'd be 20 minutes.
I don't want to do that.
You don't want
I
20
will.
full minutes of Get Down?
That I'll throw up probably.
It'd be like the audio version of A Clockwork Orange. You know, we just had those clamps in her ears and she's got to listen. But you'd have to watch the whole thing too.
Would you do 80s hair for a week?
What, like permit?
Just tease it up and make it all big and like big crazy 80s hair,
Well,
like real
I
like.
would, but
teased
again,
out.
you have to remember that being here, people don't really look at people dressed crazy differently.
Right.
It's still funny for us for the
Yeah,
live
it's
stream.
very funny for you.
I had 80s hair for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
In the 80s. By the way, I saw my girl Carrie this morning at Charles Scott Salon because I was getting myself a little trimmed up. I said, I'm still growing my hair out. I said, I'm not ready to chop it all off yet. I will be eventually. But for now, I said, just clean it up a little. And she mentioned, and I didn't know this, that today was our hair anniversary.
Oh.
2013, 2012 was
2013,
the day that Carrie first came to the studio to chop my hair off because that was my Polar Blast punishment that year.
Yeah, it was just your wedding haircut.
It wasn't much of a punishment because, of course, I looked amazing. But, yeah, that was the year that I got married. I thought it was earlier than that. I thought it was 20. I don't know what
Because it was
I
the
thought.
year I joined the show.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, and
I
I
just,
wasn't
for
even
some
a
reason-
participant yet because I
Okay.
wasn't officially on the show till like the 3rd or 4th or
Yeah.
whatever. So I just celebrated 11 years on the Alan Cox Show.
So I've had short hair now for a decade.
You ready to grow it out?
Well, it's growing.
Yeah.
It's just I didn't want it to look. I had a lot of lettuce going on back
This,
there.
this is the longest my hair's ever been.
Yeah?
I've never had it longer.
Well, there you go. Might as well.
It gets
Yeah.
down there. It like basically covers my ear.
You're getting pandemic Conan hair.
A little bit.
That was not a good look for him. A lot of people grew their hair out over the pandemic because they weren't going anywhere, and celebrities weren't doing films or television shows.
To think it was either this for me or shaving my head completely bald.
I think your head looks good right now. Your
Yeah, I
hair
think you
looks
do.
good.
It does. Like I had healthy hair. Like
Ooh.
it was just my hairline was receding.
Poundcake. How about for your punishment, cornrows?
Cornrows.
Yeah, you have to put little niblets of corn in your hair.
Mm-hmm.
No.
You gotta get your hair braided.
I've had my hair. Well,
Get cornrows. Yeah.
well, first of all, I've had my hair braided before, and
Bring back the homo thug look.
I've had my hair braided before. It doesn't stay.
One of those is whispered, Bill.
Oh.
How's it go, Poundcake?
You're a thug.
But you whispered it.
You thug.
Oh, that's really light.
Thug.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
I'm sure we could find somebody that could braid it and get it to stay.
Growing up, my brother's hair is more ethnic than mine, and we would go and get our hair braided together, and we would go to our hood family members, and that's what they do. They braid hair. That was their side hustle, and they would braid mine. They put the rubber bands in the same gel that they did with everybody else's,
And still fall out?
It would last like an hour. My hair is not, the texture is not meant to be braided like that. It just doesn't. It won't stay.
It'll break?
No, it pops out. Like,
oh, it pops out.
Like they
It can't be tamed.
They put the rubber bands in it and everything, and it just starts to like come apart. Like my hair just.
You can't rock that Coolio look?
No. I just they've tried. I had like French braids before, and I was like, I looked so weird. I've never felt more white. I felt like Malibu's Most Wanted, or like the white girl in the girl in White Chicks where Marlon Wayans is braiding the hair, and she's like, "Oh my God, my hair looks great." That's literally how I felt because my brother, he looked real cool. Like he had the French braids. That was the style back then. And then the mirror went up to me, and I was just like, I look like the biggest poser ever. I did not look half white then. I looked like a guy who wanted to be black so bad.
Well, it's just as useful for people to know what looks don't work for them as do. It's to cross it off the list. You go, all right, don't do that. I tried it. It's not for me.
I don't know. Because it was just, it's something I wanted to do. I thought it looked cool, but it just wouldn't stay. And I had my mom, when we were kids, we would do the little rat tail. We had that. And now I'm wondering how that used to look because I couldn't see it. It was behind my head. I wonder, was it like all scraggly, because you put it in a rubber band. I don't know if the hair stayed in the rubber band now, thinking about it.
Your mom doesn't have pictures of you as a kid with a rat tail?
She has the rat tail in my baby book.
Oh. But you weren't a baby.
But it was in my baby book. She has stuff. I'm sure she has.
Just locks of your hair in a baby book?
She probably has my high school or my college graduation cap in my baby book. The baby book is not, it's like
It's just a Poundcake book. It's a Poundcake scrapbook.
Pretty much. Yeah. Like she has my first box of formula and like all this stuff. My first box of Pampers. It's a big safe full of all our stuff in it.
All right. Well, something to think about. All right, let me give you this money here, and then we'll get to the hot celebrity goss with Perez Bilton. This is $1,000. You get it plenty of times a day, and there's still a couple of weeks left. So if you struck out thus far, still plenty of opportunities for you to grab this money. It's $1,000 in the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This celebrity gossip with Perez Built-in. Ooh.
All right, guys, gozzlers. I got a bunch of hot, frothy goss for you. So ready for it. Open wide. Here we go.
Jesus Christ.
Rest in peace, Toby Keith. The country singer passed away from cancer at age 62. Keith was beloved in the country music scene, and he will be missed. According to Inside Sources, Toby Keith's legacy will live on through a plus-size drag queen that goes by Tubby Queef.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
Tubby will perform never before heard unreleased songs from Toby Keith. Like, It's Hard R Here for a Pimp. Touching My Truck's Nuts Isn't Gay. And Untitled Pandering Anthem.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
That's a bummer, though. Taylor Swift's lawyers told the college student that tracks her private jet he's got to stop or there's going to be trouble. Jack Sweeney, a college student at the University of Central Florida, received a cease and desist from Taylor's legal team, citing safety issues by posting her whereabouts, and says it could invite stalkers. And according to Inside Sources, seems like Taylor's being a little proprietary here, because if you just go to Taylor Swift's website, there's a list of locations she plans on going. Someone's being a hypocrite, Taylor.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
And finally, Lil Jon is releasing a new album, but it's not what you'd expect from Lil Jon. The new album is a guided meditation album. Lil Jon has made health and wellness a priority in his life, and he wants to share what he's learned with his fans. And according to Inside Sources, we have a preview. Hit it.
What? It's those nasty beat makers. Yeah. Let's go. What? It's the beat makers. Yeah. Lil Jon, bitch. Yo, girl. Hey.
Celebrity gossip.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-in. Ooh.
It calmed me right down.
I know.
I would love to get that Lil Jon.
I'm so relaxed.
mellow.
Look, even Mary, who doesn't even like hot goss, looks so calm.
I'm very calm. So chill.
Because of Lil Jon
Mm-hmm.
and his spa album?
That's 10 seconds of meditation and what I needed.
It's those nasty beat makers. Yeah. Let's go. What? It's the beat makers. Yeah. Lil Jon, bitch.
You laughed at Tubby Queef.
You don't often hear a bitch in a guided meditation, but I've decided to start to take up transcendental meditation.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to dip my toe in that pool. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What exactly is that?
I'm going to find out. There's
Okay.
there's kind of a there's people who kind of show you what you do, and so I'm gonna dip my toe in that.
An in-person thing or an app or?
It's well, the person that's doing like the first class is just kind of an introductory thing over Zoom. And I think that there's all kinds of apps, but I think that there are specific ways to do it, and so I think that it's something that I might benefit from, and so I'm going to see if it's something that I dig.
Okay.
Because I haven't meditated in a long, long time, and I thought, well, maybe get back into that. And
other than the Lil Jon.
Other than Lil Jon, yeah, but again, we just got a taste of that. I can't wait until like the full 4-hour version is out.
It's gonna be nice.
I'm gonna enjoy that a lot.
Hey, y'all, this is Joel from Lorraine. Today I hate the show because I was in the Giant Eagle grocery store, and they have those take-home pizzas that you just throw in the oven, and they changed them up, and one went from 3 cheese to 4 cheese, and my stupid brain went, oh yeah, 4 cheese, 4 cheese.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz, faux shiz.
Oh, yeah. Faux cheese, faux cheese.
Hey, I'm going to be in Lorraine in March.
Hey.
BillSquire.com. Also, earlier when John called.
Trucker Johnny goes, where are you going to be in Youngstown?
Yeah. Youngstown, it's at the Penguin City Brewing on February 24th. You can get tickets for that as well at BillSquire.com.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz, faux shiz.
And Willoughby. BillSquire.com.
All right, sir. Well, there you go. Faux cheese, faux cheese. Yeah, Gwen said, because Gwen, my wife, listens to books. I need to read them, but she is always consuming some book in her ears. And I think she was going to try to read that Britney Spears book that Michelle Williams reads.
Yeah.
I don't think she can get into it, though. For some reason, I don't think she's stuck with it.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz, faux shiz.
I don't know if it's Michelle Williams' voice maybe she doesn't care for. I don't know. But I'm not sure.
Reading a book or listening to a book feels like cheating, even though I know it isn't. You're still getting the same amount of information. Or
well, I think it's just however you prefer to consume the information. You know what I mean?
I can actually remember things.
And I can't listen to a book because I'll just get distracted and I'll be doing something else. Like that totally works for her. She'll do stuff and be listening to a book. She's like tearing through books, you know? And I need to read a book. I can't listen. I've tried. I can't listen to a book on tape. That's what they used to call them back in the day. A book on tape, kids, because it was a tape.
When I'm reading a nonfiction, if it's nonfiction, I'm actually better, like I'm more apt to read it. But when it's fiction, that's when I prefer the audio version.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I can sink into the story more. Because I feel like my brain, when I read certain things, it just goes off on tangents, and I'm like, oh, what was I reading? And it's like 4 pages back is the actual word I actually processed.
Right. Man, somebody texted me, I miss Rick, and I really wish somebody knew what happened to Donnie. Donnie called us.
Donnie just called
a couple of weeks ago. He checked in, and he's gone through some stuff. Usually when it's radio silence, he's going through some stuff. And Rick... this Thursday, day after tomorrow, will be the 2nd anniversary of our friend Rick passing away.
Wow.
Right? 2 years. Frederick Clayton, our buddy Rick, who used to call all the time.
You say either, I say
yo.
You say neither, and I say either. And either.
Stop me here about.
Let's call the whole thing off. Yes, you like potato, and I like.
Wow.
You like tomato, I like.
What's wrong with the Cavaliers?
Potato.
Can get right.
Tomato.
Why?
Let's call the whole thing off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Rick.
Nothing's wrong with the Cavs right now. They're killing it.
Killing it. 2nd place. Boy, did you know that Toby Keith was sick?
Yeah, I tried to talk about it on air, and you were like, meh. When he got diagnosed months ago, I texted you.
Well, he got diagnosed in 2022, it said.
Whenever he got diagnosed, I texted you or sent you an email, and I was like, Toby Keith has cancer. And you kind of like blew right by it.
I blew right by it? What did I say?
You were like, oh, that's sad.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't know he was going to die 2 years later. I mean, he got really thin.
Yeah.
I didn't know. My wife was a big Toby Keith fan. Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know if she's sitting Shiva today or what, but do you see the clip of him? He got into an Uber that had a karaoke machine in it.
No.
This was like one of the last things anybody saw him do on social media because he was not in good shape, and he sang one of his own songs.
That's awesome.
I can't tell if it's just in the car because the windows are down, or if this dude has speakers outside the car. I'm not sure, and I don't know what this song is. Mary will probably know, but it's him, singing one of his songs. So it's about
hard are here for a pimp.
No, it's America's got the thing. I don't know what it's. This isn't loading up for me, but it's him singing in this Uber. Come on.
Put food in your ass. It's the American way. Hang up the sass. What's your name? The top of his list and a statue of liberty started getting real pissed, and the eagle will fly. And it's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell. It'll feel like the whole wide.
What's that song called, Mary?
Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue.
Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. Okay.
That was his answer to 9/11.
Oh, okay. All right, well, he's in a dude's car, an Uber that's got karaoke, and he dialed up one of his songs. And courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we were going to go kick everybody's ass. And
Yeah.
Right.
That was heavy in the patriotic phase of America.
Understood.
Everybody was banding together, and
Right.
a lot of country songs about loving America in that time.
Right. Well, patriotism takes different forms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now people think you're
Not if
patriotic.
you're them.
If you're big fans of Russia, people think you're patriotic. Anyway, Toby Keith. That's a bummer, I guess. A young guy, 62 years old. He was a big, big deal in country music. One of the greats, they say. I'm going to break. If you want to text 35192 and watch live, you can do it at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. back. This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Boy, I must have really underestimated the appeal of the Justin Timberlake tour. Because he's adding all kinds of dates. He's coming to Cleveland. He sold out the Romo Fijo.
Already?
Yeah, that's what this says.
Damn.
July 7th at the Romo Fijo sold out. Most of his dates are sold out. And so he's added a bunch. He's added the one I got this morning, he's added to Columbus. He's doing nationwide arena. He's added Toronto and Buffalo. He's added a third night at the United Center in Chicago. He sold out 2 nights at the United Center.
He doesn't tour that often.
I guess, but I guess I didn't know if he was still like that popular.
He will be that popular forever.
I know he really Justin Timberlake.
NSYNC stink.
Because people aren't buying the records.
Well,
so
it's NSYNC. It's the fact that he's also just as much actor as he is.
Yeah,
singer.
I think that's part of it too. He's like a different level of celebrity.
Because
so does he do old NSYNC songs?
I don't think so. I've never seen him live.
It's all solo stuff. This is what I'm saying. Like I've severely underestimated his popularity. Selling out multiple nights at huge arenas.
I saw him he was the first real concert I ever saw during his Future Sex Love Sounds tour. And that was like, that was at Romo Fijo, and it was sold out then. But what I'm saying is women my age are obsessed with him. Yeah. He's like he was a teen icon.
But he wasn't the best in sync.
But he had the biggest career.
And he's the one that everybody latched on to.
Who was the best one?
Justice for JC.
Would you stop it with the
Justice
JC
for
Chazé? Jesus.
He was a better singer.
Even
he was soulful,
if you didn't think Timberlake was the best one, you're the only one hanging on the JC flag.
He had the best voice. His career was sabotaged because he could compete.
I act like I know, Bill. I'm playing this up like I'm pretending that I even know.
He had a single called "Blowing Me Up," and it was a really big song. And then
Poundcake's like, you had me after the first word. After the first 2. I screwed it up. Anyway.
I got it. It was a silent document joke.
Yeah, it was a real complex joke. But so he added Vegas, and he's doing the T-Mobile Arena. But man, some of these 2 sold out nights in Boston, 2 nights at MSG sold out. Wild. Sold out the Romo Fijo. Good for him. July 7th. I didn't even know they were on sale yet. And so if you didn't get the tickets here, you can go to Columbus and see him. Nationwide Arena. Added a bunch throughout the month of October. So going to do the Barclays Center and the Capital One Arena where the Wizards play. Wow, I had no idea. I know he's a big deal. Like, I get it. But I didn't think, my thought was, I wonder if he'll sell out the Romo Fijo.
Yes.
And not only did he do that, he's selling out like multiple nights in other cities. So I guess I'm not saying I'm surprised. I just had no idea that
he still had it like that.
Yeah, had that juice, like that people were that excited.
Well, it's been a while
to see Justin Timberlake.
And I think, like Mary said, that whole generation from like women my age to probably women Poundcake's age are pretty obsessed with that dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's just, he's good looking, he's talented, he's funny, he's done movie. He's done everything.
Dance, yeah.
Okay.
And the songs are good. Like, I don't dislike any of this stuff. Like, I don't care to go to the concert, but he's got some songs that are pretty good.
My mom has all Justin Timberlake's albums, so she's a bit of a groupie for JT.
But would you take your mom to see Justin Timberlake?
You're not my dad, Justin Timberlake. I wanted JC to be my stepdad.
He was the best one in the group.
Would I take my mom to see her if I had money? Sure, but it's already sold out.
Well, they just added Columbus.
I don't have any money.
Wow. All right.
So I'm a bust into Jeremiah's studio. Like, hey, I know you the plug. You want to give me some tickets?
No, you're the plug.
I know he got some tickets in there somewhere.
Why was JC so much older than the other guys? That guy's pushing 50. Timberlake's
That
like
always
41 or
happens.
something. It does?
Yeah.
There's an old guy in the group. That's like a trope in the.
I thought
boy
Joey
band
Fat
world.
One was the old one in the group.
Oh, he's the fat one.
Oh, he's the
He's
fat
the
one in
fat
the
funny
group.
one. That's like the.
I see.
And then there's the
Kevin Richardson from Backstreet Boys was like way older than everybody else.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
He is. Oh, you can't just Google Kevin
52.
age.
Wow.
when is Lance Bass going on tour?
He doesn't need to go on tour. That he's got a pretty good second act going.
With what? I know he owns like a nightclub in L.A., but like, what has he done?
Wasn't he a host of a show or something?
Yeah, he's got a handful. He's cobbled together a pretty good second act.
I thought he was on one of those singing shows.
He
too,
did
for a
Dancing
bit.
with the Stars. He did. He does like he makes the rounds on those reality shows, and he does okay. You know, I think he does like a satellite radio show, and everybody and their brother's got a podcast, so I'm sure he's got one of those.
He hosted The Gay Bachelor. That's where I remember him doing. I knew he did it like a reality show. I didn't know if it was him on the reality show or he was hosting it.
The Gay Bachelor.
Finding Prince Charming, where the
and he does voices in those Trolls movies, so he probably makes some coin from that.
He's Britney Spears' cousin. Found out.
How did you find that out? Perez Bilton, did he tell you?
Nepo cousin.
Did Perez Bilton tell you that they were
sources.
cousins?
No,
I didn't know that.
No, it was one of those guess your relative shows. Like they would take celebrities and they have them. They do dirt and they find out facts about their lives, and then they have to find out in real time. And they're like, one of these celebrities is your cousin, and he was like, oh, I wish it was Britney Spears, but I know it's not. And then it turned out to be his cousin, and they grew up 3 hours away from each other.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And that was good news to him, or he didn't care?
He was excited. He was like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, she's my cousin. Cool.
What does he get out of that? I mean, nothing, or
It was just on TV.
It was. That's what made it interesting. It was on television.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I watching this? Because it's on television. All right. One of our Denver bureau chiefs sent me the story of a guy who is a Denver man who was the victim of a cruel prank. And when some toughs came by and knocked his porta potty over. He was in a porta potty.
It's a legit fear for me to use a porta potty and have somebody knock it over.
That's super gross.
Growing up watching Jackass, it's not outside the possibility of something that could happen to you.
Well, that's what this guy contends.
Kyoto on his daily walk.
It's a long walk. When it's very cold, I don't do it. I do something else.
It's a few miles round trip. And Stefano says sometimes nature calls.
I saw the portable pot.
Honey Bucket. I love the names that Porta John companies have. We have all seen Royal Flush or Wee, you know. This one's called Honey Bucket. That's friggin' gross.
That's
How
really
did
gross.
they? That's terrible. How did
I'd
they
be
arrive
so mad
at Honey Bucket?
Imagine you thought up this product and it's honey based, and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to call this the Honey Bucket. I'm going to copyright the name, and I'm going to put this out. And then you go to the patent office and try and get this name, and they're like, it's taken.
Let
Like,
me
what's
see
it
if
taken?
any other companies call themselves Honey Bucket. I shouldn't have any problems whatsoever. Oh, it's a Porta John company.
So people can poop and pee in public.
And I wanted to use it. I felt the thing start to move, and I thought that it was a truck picking it up and taking it to a dump or whatever. And I was so freaking scared, you know?
Moments later, Stefano felt the porta potty start to fall.
And I had no idea what was happening. I started shouting, hey, hey. And
Hey, there's a pooping going on in here. I'm emptying my bowels.
I'm a drop in the mud.
I had onion soup.
Hey, it was the best bread I ever had.
it just kept on moving.
I do a
and it
poopa.
fell to the side. I fell on my back, and fortunately, it fell on the side and not on the front, because if it had fallen on the front, I wouldn't have been able to open the door and get out.
Stefano says he found the door and crawled.
But don't they have skylights? Like, even if it was on its
No.
side, can't you crawl out the top?
I don't think so.
When you look up in a porta potty, like sun's getting in because it's not clear, but it's like a plastic shade or something.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can get that off. It's affixed to the top. Otherwise, they'd blow off all the time.
No. I mean, what I'm saying is you could probably, if it's between me drowning in blue juice and other people's poop and kicking that
Well, yeah,
thing
you probably,
out,
but it's probably not the easiest thing to get off, is what I'm saying.
well, you'd be amazed in situations where they see
Yeah.
people develop superhuman strength.
You're like a mother who's
trying to get
trapped.
a car off a toddler. That'd be me in an overturned porta potty. Hey, I'm into the honey bucket.
Out as a man and his son ran over to help.
And he said, yeah, I think it was a couple of teenagers. We saw them. They, they pushed the
porta potty
the
toughs.
portable potty on
They
the
were. Those damn teenagers and their porta potty hijinks.
side and then ran away.
He thinks it was likely a prank, one he doesn't find very funny.
It may sound funny when you're a kid. It's not if you're the guy inside. It's not funny at all. It's something that could have ended.
You may think it's a funny, but it's not. When you sneeze.
In a very unfunny way.
Now, Stefano says he did hurt his back, but says he's feeling better today. Denver police tell us officers did respond to the scene, but no suspects have been identified. They say at this point they don't have any other reports of this happening in the city.
How does that make the news?
It's a slow news day.
I mean, it's Denver, all right? It's not like Paducah, Kentucky. There's stuff going on. That made the news. Imagine being that reporter. Frank, we need you to get out to the guy who got overturned in a porta potty.
Unless he called the news. and
I'm
was
sure he
like,
did. That's what I'm saying. But are there no gatekeepers anymore? You call the news and they go, we'll send a crew out. Not even a crew anymore. It's probably the reporter on his iPhone. You're the MMJ now.
You set up your own tripod.
Yeah,
do
the
everything.
multimedia journalist. They're doing a 3-camera shoot all from the iPhone. But I like when they make people slightly recreate it. Like he walks into the porta potty and then turns the handle from red to green, making him relive that fateful and gooey day.
Oh, don't you do it.
Gooey.
I was covered in other people's poop.
You might say this was a hygiene hijinks.
I mean, yeah, you might. Yep, sure. Toby Keith passes away. She's all tears. An Italian guy gets knocked over in a porta-john. She's larfing it up.
Sure am.
Ha, ha, ha. Man. I thought there was more, quite honestly, I thought there was more to that story.
Nope.
I thought they were like, I know who they are, and I'm filing a suit. Stefano Cioetto talking about that prank. But they're like, police were not able to find the culprits. Yeah,
They're not
because they were
looking.
teenagers running. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. They were running through a park, saw a porta potty, probably
Knocked it over.
Well, probably just pushed and ran.
Mm-hmm.
Probably didn't even realize there was somebody in there. Probably figured that.
No,
it was,
I think they knew.
You think so?
Yeah.
They didn't just think that perhaps it was heavy with poop.
Well, you hear when the guy starts yelling.
Hey, what are you doing? Well, I don't know. That would be terrifying, though.
They probably saw
If
him
you
go
were
in,
there-
and they're like, "Let's get him."
Yeah, because I mean, conceivably those are not airtight, but you'd probably get some kind of potential methane poisoning, or I don't know what. Tip the porta-john forward onto the door so they can't get. Well, yeah, that's what the guy said. He was like, "I was glad they didn't." Whatever he says. They have vents, no lids. Right. I'm just okay. Whatever that thing is at the top, I bet you could kick it out. I mean, I doubt that it's like they're not carving the whole thing out of one solid piece of plastic. That vent is probably affixed in some way. But anyway, he got out. I thought that he was going to file a lawsuit because he said he got kind of hurt. That his
Who's going to file it again?
I don't know. I thought his sciatica or something was acting up. Alan, my brother, was in the Peace Corps in the early 90s, and one of the girls that was in with him, they were stationed in Africa, fell into the pit of an outhouse. She was stuck there for 6 hours. They sent her back to the States with full pay. That sounds familiar. I wonder if that person has texted us that before, because we've talked about, intermittently you'll get these stories of people falling into outhouses. I mean, like full on. What are they called? The
latrines?
No, the sewer things that some people have. The sewer
Chemical
pits.
toilet?
I forget
Septic tank?
A septic tank. Thank you. People have live out in the sticks, have those giant tanks, and if you don't get out, you can drown. You can die. Pushed and ran, all these verbs in a story about pooping. Well, yeah. Alan Bill's next album has to be called Heavy with Poop. I mean, I'm going to leave that to him. I don't tell anybody
see what
what
happens.
to do.
Maybe
Yeah.
like a
The stars may align.
something.
I don't know.
Heavy with poop.
Maybe one of our polar blast punishments should be, can you get out of a porta potty that's been tipped over?
I'll throw up, dude.
Harry Houdini is going to get out of this porta john that's been tipped over. Royal flush.
Oh, you know what would be fun? And
I just
nobody's
told you
gonna-
what would be fun.
Nobody's going to agree to this, okay? We set up 3 porta potties, okay? We go in one at a time, but the winner's blindfolded when we go in, so they don't know which porta potty we're in.
Wait, there are 3 separate ones?
3 in a row. 3 porta potties in a row that are all empty, okay?
Mhm.
The winner closes their eyes or is blindfolded, and then you walk into one of the porta potties. And then the winner takes their blindfold off and pushes over one of the porta potties. So there's a chance you don't get pushed over. You only have a 33% chance of getting pushed over.
I'm not following this. There are 3 porta potties.
So only one person gets punished?
And
That's no
3
fun.
of
No,
us.
hold on.
Okay,
We go
3
one
porta
at a time.
potties.
Let's
these
say
are
I win.
These
okay?
these are used porta
Yes.
potties. So
Let's
they're
say I
heavy
win.
with poop.
Let's say I win. All right?
Yep.
3 porta potties. First up is Cody. I close my eyes or I get blindfolded. Cody picks one of the 3 porta potties. and
Oh,
he's
I
in
see.
it.
You're blindfolded.
Then
I
I
see.
take my blindfold off.
And try
I
and guess
choose
which one
porta
he's in.
potty 1, 2, or 3, and I shove it over. So you might get poop on you, you might not. And then same thing for you, and then same thing for Bill.
Well,
And
you
it's
are right.
exciting for
None of
everyone.
us will agree to that. You are absolutely correct.
But you
Also,
might
the
not get any
logistics
poop
of it
on you.
alone are really, really difficult to find. 3 heavy with poop porta potties.
And all right,
that
yeah, we call them
tip
up.
over.
No,
yeah.
no. They have to. You misunderstood me. They have to be used. No, not new ones. No, they have to have poop in them.
Yeah,
I
and
have
with the stuff that they won't let us do, and they'll be like, "Oh, but yeah, you guys can do the poop porta potty thing. Yeah, that's fine." Yeah.
Dude, your name is ISIS. What are you talking about? Here's my point. I got a guy in sanitation.
Yeah, you do.
Maybe I hit him up.
Mhm.
I say, don't dump that trash today. Put it in a box. We can make our own porta potty.
Right. Here's my
Everyone's-
poop in a box.
Everyone start saving your poop for the next 3 weeks, is all I'm saying.
Hey, Jenny with the boobs. Remember Jenny with the boobs?
Oh,
when
yeah,
we
Jenny
were
with
in
the
the
boobs.
old studio. She pushed
Great
them up on the
boobs.
window.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
She's
Hey,
heavy with
so
boobs.
just talking about
Heavy with
porta
poop
potty
and boobs.
stories.
Go ahead.
My girlfriend, I love my. Hopefully she's listening, but they trapped one of their friends in a porta potty and pulled their car up to the door of the porta potty and locked her in. It was one of my favorite stories I've ever heard, even though I wasn't a part of it. And I just thought it was relevant.
But they had to. There was no danger of her being locked in.
Well, knowing them, yeah, there was. They would probably. I don't know how long it took them to let her out.
They would just park the car and leave, and she'd be stuck in the porta
Yeah,
john.
I think they left her in there for a minute. Yeah, it was. My friends are kind of a-holes, but I love them. And they actually, you guys, Bill and Mary signed a picture for me from you guys when I missed Bill's taping of his show at the Agora this past year because I had COVID. So
I see. So your friend eventually gets out. Was she kind of laughing because she knows they're a-holes, or was she super pissed?
no, yeah, it was in between. We're all a-holes, so she was pissed, but they laughed, and we're all still friends here 15 years later. So.
Okay. Have they all seen your boobs?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. All right. So what she's saying,
mean,
Bill,
come
was
on.
it wasn't special for us, Bill. Is what she's
I never thought it
Yeah,
was.
well, it
I mean,
was
like,
for
I didn't
me.
think we were the only ones to ever see her boobs.
Not
Okay,
ever.
you know,
but-
you're right. It was just you guys. You're
Hey,
right.
we finally got her to admit it. All right, thank you, Jenny. There's Jenny in Olmsted Falls. Jenny with the boobs. She pressed them up against the window when we were in the street side studio.
They're good boobs.
They were good. If it's brown, flip it down, somebody says. Right. If it's a honey bucket, I don't know. All right, I'm going to break here. I will have the last keyword of the day for you at 5:30 to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. If you want to go see the Train and Oreo Speedwagon show this summer, they're doing Blossom. I'll have a pair for you right after we return.
Get ready for iHeartRadio Live with the Black
free never sounded so good.
All right, you want to go see Train and REO Speedwagon. They're traversing the country this summer. Special guest Yacht Rock Review in the mix there. They're going to hit Blossom on Monday, July the 15th. LiveNation.com is going to have all the details you need, tickets, info, and whatnot. Train and REO Speedwagon here in Cleveland. That's your vibe. Be caller 10, and we'll put you there. You and a pal. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you. Last keyword of the day to grab $1,000 in about 7 minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard booking. Cavaliers are off tonight, but coming off a big win here at home against the Sacramento Kings. 136-110 was the final last night. Cavs are now second in the East behind the Boston Celtics. So they're off tonight, but they will be in D.C. tomorrow to play the Wizards. 7 o'clock is the tip-off here on MMS. 6:30 when we roll out is when your pregame. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
The pregame will get going tomorrow night, 6:30, and then start time 7 o'clock. Cavs, Wizards on the Buzzard. And on the iHeartRadio app, you can listen. Hashtag let them know. Donovan Mitchell said Sam Morril did not want to participate in the three-point contest because he wanted to spend time with his family, so he volunteered. Well, that's nice. Very nice. That's camaraderie in its purest form. That's what you like to see. Al, when I was a little kid, the elementary school I went to had a septic tank fenced in near the playground, and a kickball went inside the fence, and one of the boys went over the fence to get it. And he walked out on the cover of the septic tank to get it, and the rusty metal lid caved in, and he fell in. The principal and a teacher jumped in after him. It was crazy.
That's so gross.
Yeah, you probably get the rest of the day off, right? I mean, the principal, the teacher, and the student probably all take the rest of the day off. Alan, I don't know that Mary could tip a full porta potty.
Like I wouldn't be strong enough?
I mean, I assume that's what they're.
I don't know.
The other guys could help me.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody could.
Well,
I mean,
if it's real full of poop, it might be real hard for any of us to do.
If you're in one at a time, then the three of us could push it.
And it doesn't have to be full. It just has to be heavy
with
poop.
Heavy with poop.
It just has to be gross.
Right.
Here's the thing. Well, then we would need more.
Alan, how about the winning team gets to fill it with poop? I saw a porta potty company in Florida whose motto was, "You float 'em, we tote 'em."
It's
pretty good.
Clever.
That's pretty. I could not get Gwen to finish the first episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I think she's over it. Curb Your Enthusiasm, the final season started on Sunday night. And
I haven't watched that yet.
We're watching we got about halfway through, and she's like, I don't think I can do this. He's like complaining about everything. I go, well, that's what I think
the show, yeah.
Yeah, the bloom is off the rose as far as Curb Your Enthusiasm goes for a lot of people.
Well, I
because
told you guys that.
I think Larry David is funny. You said the same thing, and I think you're right.
I couldn't watch more than like one or two
Yeah,
at a
it can be
time.
very monotonous because he's complaining. There's a lot of the intertwining of the storylines in the show can be very clever, but the building blocks of it can be very monotonous. I just like Larry David, but I think she might be out. I have a feeling I might be watching this last season by myself.
Did you see him on Morning Joe?
No, I saw him choke Elmo on the Today Show or something, and that was...
He did that, but on Morning Joe, who's the co-host, the lady?
Mika
Mika
Joe's
was
wife.
out. Yeah, she was out, and You should find the video because it's very funny. Because they're like, "Well, how old's your kid?" And they're like, 28, and they're like, 28. That's an adult. You don't have to take off work to hang out with a 28-year-old on their birthday,
Right?
Because Susie Essman's with them too. And it's,
51?
It's not a good record.
Yeah, 249. You know what you are? You were the New York Jets of television awards.
Oh, what a
that
is cold,
That is
Joe.
cold.
What a sick man.
I know.
Yeah.
A sick, Mr. President, a sick what? A sick what?
What?
Don't make me say it.
Don't I know? You will say it.
Well, because I mean, so we're watching this last night, and I go, the show has been on because all the seasons obviously are on HBO. The show has been on for 20 years. This is the 12th season. He takes time off whenever he wants. But you go back to that very first season, I'm like, see, he looks a lot younger. And Gwen goes, he looks exactly the same. She goes, he's always looked like an old man. I go, well, but it's, you know, he was like my age when he started the show.
Right.
But did he start with him saying that he took time off for his kid? Did I go past it?
Yeah, it's probably.
Larry could grow breasts. I thought of Larry with breasts. You get
It is back, the 12th and final season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, a series that's been nominated for 51 Emmys over the years, premieres this Sunday. And joining us now, the show's
Yeah, but did they win any?
No, I was about to say 51.
Did you win any?
We may have won, two?
What are you? Oh, 51?
It's not a good record.
No, all right. I don't know where he's talking, but I saw him choke Elmo on some show.
I think it's just funny because it's a good point. You know, your daughter's turning, what, 8?
8, yes.
So you're taking the day off, spend the day for her birthday. 28. I don't know if you need to. Oh, you got to call off for it. 28.
Well, maybe the kid's terminal or something. I don't know.
Wait.
Oh my gosh, you love Elmo, don't you?
Elmo, you okay?
Mr. Lloyd, Elmo liked you before.
Ask permission. I can't even listen to that.
That's
It's
so loud.
God bless America. So, we watched, because we're watching True Detective. And I said, well, let's watch Curb Your Enthusiasm. She goes, okay. She goes, if you want to, okay. And so we watch half of the first episode, and she's like, I don't think I can do this. She's like, it's too much. It's him screaming and complaining, and minus the screaming, it's probably reminds her too much of living with me. So maybe that's, I don't know. But I'm not going to not watch the last season of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Good for you.
I know it's not for everyone, and over the course of it's wild that the show is on longer than Seinfeld was on, you know?
Right.
But it's time to be done.
It's one of those shows that I'll put up with the annoying parts of it because when it does make me laugh, it makes me laugh so freaking
That's
hard.
my take on it. I'm like, the payoff of this is going to be huge. And, I mean, J.B. Smoove, I mean, everybody around him, even if you can remove, ironically, if you can remove Larry David from the equation, Garland's great. J.B. Smoove is hilarious. I mean, Tracy Ullman is playing his girlfriend that he can't break up with, even though he hates her guts because, like, she's in recovery, and so he made a promise to her son that he wouldn't dump her. I don't know. It's.
All right. I sent you this on Instagram so you can play it because I really like him.
Oh, okay. Well, let me give away this money. It's $1,000. Last chance today for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right. Hold on.
Can I ask a question? How old is her daughter?
28.
So she has to be. It's not like she's 12 and she's celebrating a birthday and you have to be there.
Yeah.
28, she's an adult.
It almost sounds like
She didn't really want to be here, I think.
Okay, so that's Mika's kid, right? Because she and Joe Scarborough are married now.
Yeah.
Okay. His stepdaughter.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be here. Just Larry's face and everything.
Well, who wouldn't want to be there? one of our New Hampshire bureau chiefs. You know, we have people who listen to the show on iHeartRadio from all around the United States and Canada. And we have bureau chiefs in just about every state. And we have a handful of them in New Hampshire. We have Michael, who listens in Sunapee, New Hampshire. And Alana listens in Dover, New Hampshire. And there's a town called Atkinson, New Hampshire. It's a small town. There's about 7,000 people there. It's about an hour north of Boston. The town is right on the Massachusetts-New Hampshire border. And somebody sent me the story that people in this town are up in arms because somebody has opened an ABDL spa. Now, for those of you not in the lifestyle, those of you not familiar with your kinks, it's hard to keep up because they're always changing and evolving and sometimes devolving. That stands for Adult Baby Diaper Lover.
Oh,
Excuse me?
Grown people who want to wear diapers like babies, right? Back in the day, you never found these people because they were in their homes doing this.
And they were ashamed, as they should be.
What? No, listen, whatever. You're not hurting another person. Whatever gets you off and is not hurting another person that doesn't want to be hurt. The point is these people have all found each other now because of chat rooms, the internet, whatever. And this little town in New Hampshire, Atkinson, New Hampshire, has opened a spa where adults can role play as babies. Imagine coming to the conclusion that this is going to be your moneymaker. It's called the Diaper Spa. They didn't spend too much time coming up with the name. And it caters to people in the ABDL community.
I'm sorry. I can't get on.
Listen, I'm with you. I don't get it either. I already did this once. I don't want to do it as a grown man.
But that's why I don't understand. Like, I feel like there's something missing because how do you find out that this is your kink? Like, what
you
about
see Taylor
diapers?
Swift on TV for 30 seconds during a football game, and you're like, I hate that. And you're like, oh, I think I want to wear diapers.
You know, I crap my pants so often when they show Taylor Swift during NFL
And
games.
it really turns me on. I just,
Yeah.
I really want to live this baby lifestyle that seems to get me so worked up.
I think people just want to be weird. I honestly
No,
think.
they probably just want to be controlled. I feel like a lot of this comes down to that. I mean, some people get off on being embarrassed or whatever, but like, treat me like a baby. I'm helpless. Control me.
If this was your guy's kink, you
That
indulging?
I had to wear the diaper.
No, that he is, and you're the
I have to
mommy.
change it?
You're the mommy, and he is the diaper baby.
No, I can't do that.
You have to change it, but just pee, not poops.
So if the diaper was heavy with poop, it wouldn't.
How good is this relationship?
I don't know. How good's your
Like,
relationship?
Okay, I'm in this relationship with Brian,
Yeah.
and 10 years from now, he comes to me and is like,
No, 2 weeks from now.
But I mean, that does happen a lot, doesn't it?
He's like, you've been in New York for a little while now, and I've really developed this desire.
But you know, that will happen sometimes in relationships where I think it probably comes out of boredom or whatever. But people go, well, it turns out I'm kind of into this, and then the
if
partner.
I'm with the person and I love them, then I'll do it.
Yeah, the partner has to decide. Okay, I guess if this is something that's going to make you happy,
But I don't think
I
I
want
could-
you to be
But
happy.
not if they're dropping logs.
I couldn't do poop. I could do pee. I could probably do pee. Like if I really love you, and like if Brian was like, this will be like my ultimate fantasy if you just do this for me.
Can you do
I'm
the
like-
other? Like, what if there's?
I couldn't
Is
do
it
poop.
sexual? Is this a sexual
It
thing?
is. It's considered a sexual fetish. But here's the thing: I don't know that it involves actually going in the diaper.
Right. That's what I was wondering. Like,
Oh,
are
they
they?
just want to wear it?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Well,
wear
let
the
me
diaper.
let me lay this out for you. The Diaper Spa in Atkinson, New Hampshire. This is a small town. Age play friendly adult diaper spa. Safe and judgment free zone. Snacks, playtime, story time,
All right, maybe
cuddle time.
Maybe,
I mean,
maybe once you get in there, it's judgment free, but outside of it, it is judgment heavy.
Right.
Like you to get to the judgment free zone, you have to walk through a very judgment heavy zone. Where everybody's like, oh, they're going to the goddamn diaper spa.
hey, you hear that guy? You know that guy just walked by us at Costco? Did you hear how he was crinkling? Guess where he's going?
Crinkling.
In his pants.
Yeah, but that also just might be some old guy that has a problem.
Well, some people are into that too. They like wearing diapers under their clothes because they like that crinkle. It's $300 an hour.
Whoa!
Virtual play dates are $200 an hour. Listen, you don't open this because you don't think it's going to make money. I mean, you can grift a fetish like nobody's business.
That is so expensive.
You can get an all-day premier spa experience for the little one inside of you. Yuck.
I can't.
For
this is too much.
$1,500.
Oh, you're
This
out
is
now?
Too much. I can't treat you like a baby for sex. I can't. That's too much for me. That's like makes me feel like a pedophile.
Well, but this is for people with other people who like it.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like that. So, okay. So in this scenario, you say, I can't do this for you, but you can go to the diaper spa.
Go to your diaper
but we
spa,
can
'cause
still
I
stay
can't-
together.
I can't make this. If this is like the only thing that's gonna make you sexually happy, and every other part of our relationship is fine, go be a diaper boy. I don't know what to tell you, but
Diaper baby.
Diaper baby. I apologize.
In the summer, you can play with your water wings and floaties poolside. In the winter, we can make snow angels, build snowmen. This is stuff I didn't do as a kid, by the way.
Yeah, no one was thinking you were a diaper baby.
But like as a, decorate gingerbread men and sugar cookies. Like what?
These are some people that probably had real tough childhoods, and this
Yes,
is their
these
way
are-
of like taking it back and
Again, whatever you do with your life that isn't hurting other people, that's great. But there's some damage inside this kind of thing. Like clockwork, some local parents have flipped out because they think the spa is too close to a children's park. And of course, everybody thinks that every fetish ultimately is distilled down to pedophilia, which nothing could be further from the truth. However, you can understand why some people might draw a connection to this one.
Mm-hmm.
She said, that's something I'll never be able to expose my kids to. So now we will no longer be able to use that park. But if you're inside, it's not like
they're
I
not
don't think
doing
they're
it
running
outside.
around. Yeah, running around the park in diapers.
Just looks like regular people going in.
Spa,
all the spa stuff's on the inside.
Spa owner Dr. Colleen Ann Murphy is a board-certified integrative medicine physician and sexologist who recently settled in Atkinson, small town, and she said the spa is meant to be a place of healing for people who've experienced trauma. Childhood
Nailed it.
trauma.
We got that. We guessed that.
Yep.
Um.
So, I mean, the bona fides on the one lady running it, good for her. And anyway.
Okay, but how far back? If you want to wear diapers, I feel like you don't even remember that trauma. Or it's not from their diaper phase. They just had childhood trauma that they have.
Yeah, and they kind of want to start over or something.
They
I
want
don't
to
know
feel
what-
coddled
Yeah.
the whole day. Just, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't
She
like
said
this.
she's removed a lot of the descriptive language from their website because she doesn't want any confusion or concerns from people. She goes, we don't do field trips. We don't take clients to the park. So that's why it's so expensive. It's not like an S&M club or something. She's a doctor. So she's trying to get paid. She said absolutely no sexual interaction is allowed. So
I don't understand. But maybe you can meet this person there, like you meet your mommy there, and
she
then
said
exchange numbers.
Well, she said before anybody books an appointment, she screens them through the National Sex Offender Database. So she's doing as much diligence as you can possibly do.
But you're not a sex offender until you're a sex offender.
No, but she's like, I'm not trying to
let
cater to
known
perverts,
ones.
I mean.
She's not gonna let no
Trying
one.
to develop them.
I want to grow them organically here.
But in a safe space where they can indulge in a healthier way rather than go and act out in a bad way.
Yeah. Anywho,
I'm sure
thank
there's
you.
somebody listening that is into this, and if it makes you happy, go for it. It's just it's a different thing.
The thing is, I've heard of this. Like there are men on Grindr who take pictures of them in their diaper, and I just that's a bridge too far for me.
There has to be a separate app for that.
Kink.
Maybe,
K-I-K.
but it's like old men wearing diapers, and I'm like, bro, are you lost control of your bowels or something, or
Pure something. There's because they hit
Say
me
Kik
up.
is just an old messaging app.
But
Well, no. this guy who was a regular at my bar was having trouble with his wife, and people tell bartenders everything. And he came in all upset one night, like about to cry, because he said his wife found his Kik, K-I-K, and I asked him what that was, and he said it was a kink site.
Kik is not a. I've heard of Kik before. That's like another app. So
Yeah,
you
that's
can
like-
Thinking of a different kink. He was like, she found my kink website that I had a profile on.
Okay, yeah, that's different than Kik. Kik is
Oh,
like.
maybe it was.
Kik is just a messaging app.
Yeah.
I didn't even
Maybe
think it was
he
around
was-
anymore. K-I-K it used to be, but
Well, this was like 10 years ago. This is when I
Yeah.
was bartending. Like, I don't want to say the place. I don't know if that guy still goes there.
Yeah!
He was a regular for a long time. But,
hey, look out for this kinky dude at the the kinking lizard.
Wait, so then when his wife found out, she was like,
She was
"We're done?"
upset because he said it was this kink that kind of like this situation, this kink that he was into that she wouldn't do. So he was on this app.
Dude, don't you miss the
Doing
good
the
old days
kink.
where people were just into backdoor action? Now it's all this
Nice
extra
clean
stuff.
butthole.
My wife found out that my kink happens to be sex with a whole bunch of women at one time.
Right.
And she's just not down. She said, "What are we? Mennonite?" I got a break. Anyway, congratulations to everybody engaging in their respective kinks. Don't let anyone shame you. 35192, want to send me a text, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W. 97 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Send me a text there if you want. If you're watching live, thanks again to Nomar Parades at AlanCoxShow.com. Cavs off tonight, but they're in D.C. tomorrow night, coming off a home win against the Sacramento Kings last night, a big one, too. And so they are in second place now, behind the Celtics in the East. So tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, Cavs in D.C. to play the Wizards. That is Gilbert Arenas. And the John Wall.
Nope.
And Michael Jordan. And we've talked about this. I don't remember who they have. The Washington Wizards have
Kyle Kuzma.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Him? And then they got
Well,
Jordan
Peele.
No, not Peele. Poole.
Jordan Poole. I was only
You're close.
2 vowels away. Oh, he hung up. Somebody was on hold to tell us about the adult baby diaper kink thing. And I was excited to pick his or her brain. I think it was a guy.
I hate it when that happens.
Well, I got to tell you, too, I wonder what it is because I guarantee that. Have you ever heard of that kink with a woman?
That she's the
It's
diaper wearer?
always guys.
No, I've seen the kink where it's like a guy and then the girl acts like a little, like maybe not quite a baby, but they act toddler-esque or maybe like a 3 or 4 year old. And they they'll like color and stuff like that. It's
a girl?
Yeah.
I mean, from I was gonna say everything I've seen, but you know the cumulative interactions you might have with that kink, it always seems to be guys. Alan, my buddy, and I saw his ex at the zoo wearing a diaper and baby clothes while being pushed in a stroller by some older couple. It was a very awkward interaction. That's why it's your ex.
Oh, God.
Because you go, hey, listen, this is what I need.
I'd rather be alone.
But it's also going to be difficult if you don't realize that's what you need until like way into your relationship.
And that's what I'm talking about. At what point do you discover you get real jealous of like your infant relative? Like, man, he just looks so free, just in a diaper, just gets to poop and he gets rewarded for it after he's done. Like, I don't understand at what point you find out that that's your thing. Like, there's people like, oh, well, I never felt. You know, they don't have orgasms until like they're in their 30s or 40s or whatever. I can understand that. But that's a very specific kink based off of a very specific incident in your life, I'm assuming.
Well, I'm wondering, I found what I'm like really into when Pornhub was free during the pandemic. Just because I was like, I'll click on every video if this is all we're doing.
Isn't Pornhub still free?
Like, Pornhub's never
like
not
they
free.
had like the premium, like when they were like, hey guys, sorry you're locked at home.
Oh.
Access anything, even the ones that you normally have to pay for. And
I don't even know that.
What do they make you pay for?
I was gonna say I don't even know.
There's ones that are locked.
No, I know,
rather
but
than,
like what makes it so
what's the
great that they're like,
quality?
I've got to pay for this?
Ask Bill. He's the one with the script.
Are you on Pornhub Premium?
Not anymore.
You were? What did you get?
Yeah, what was it?
I had it so it was easier with the premium account to stream it to your TV.
Oh, you like big screen porn?
Yeah.
Big screen.
But yeah, but there's just a bunch of stuff that the studios will almost treat it like Netflix, where they'll be like, okay, here's one of our full scenes.
But if you have so much free content.
Yeah, but sometimes there's a part in that free content that they cut out the best part.
No way.
And you want to see that. Oh, yeah, they do that all the time.
Like what?
But you make do with what they give you.
Don't know what you don't know.
Most people need 45 seconds.
Well,
anyway,
other
it's your
people
money.
like other things, and yeah.
I interrupted you, Mary. Go ahead.
It's okay. I was just saying that maybe that's how some of these people like you. Just
I
start-
thought you were going to tell us what you
You said what you were really into. You found out.
I don't want to say it because then people are going to be weird.
You don't
I
have
wanna
to
say
say
it.
it.
Group
Okay,
chat it.
you don't have to.
I can group chat it, but and you'll see why, because I don't. Okay, anyway, my point is that maybe people were just like clicking around, and like it led them to like they type in like I don't know. Baby fetish or something. I know it's not anything gross, but I don't want to say it. And
Okay,
then,
yeah,
do you get what I'm saying?
that would open a
Yes,
yeah.
a floodgate.
If everybody knew that your kink was a woman with a threesome with a fat guy, an old guy, and a gay guy,
Some of them fat gingers.
My big thing is radio talk shows where there's
Uh-huh.
only one woman. on
Old
the
crushing
show.
videos. She loves those.
She likes being the voice
Stiletto
of
heels
reason.
on testicles.
Right.
Alan, the kink app I'm on is called Field, F-E-E-L-D. The diaper thing is rare, but I do see it. It's mainly couples who are opening their shrimpy relationship that was totally the guy's idea.
He's tired of me, so we're trying this app. Apply within.
Fetlife.com is the fetish site, too.
I don't even want to. I see what how people act on a free app. I don't know what people are doing to pay for stuff. I don't even want to go to it. I have the Facebook. I have Tinder. I have Facebook dating, Tinder, Grindr. If I can't find love on that, then I'm.
Are you looking for love?
I mean, I would like a partner.
Yeah.
Alan, Bill likes that high-definition kitty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want it on the. I feel like it's so like.
I don't like it on the TV.
I don't because
it's weird to me.
It's not private anymore. Like I'm putting it in the living room. Like I like it on my phone.
Especially
or, like,
with TVs
in my laptop.
as generally large as they are now,
Oh,
too.
yeah,
You want the people to be life-size? Like,
Plus,
I don't need that.
There's buildings taller than mine. I don't need people looking through my windows. Like, I guess I could close the blinds, but then it'd be really, really
Yeah, but that's
loud.
their fault if they're peeping into your windows. Who
But
cares?
I do that. You can't help it. Like, there's some beautiful, like, condos that are tall near me, and I see people living their lives, and it's just, I don't know. It's just a voyeur in me. They're like walking through shirtless and like they're making breakfast. It's nothing crazy. Like I don't see people bang or anything.
Weren't we looking across when we did the pandemic shows at your place, Bill? Weren't we looking across at some lady that was in the tower next to yours or something?
We can
like vaguely remember looking
you can
across
see people
in her kitchen or something.
From like my dining room and from my bedroom and
Yeah.
stuff like that. You can see into other people's apartments. And you can kind of see into mine, but you can't see like my TVs and stuff like that.
I'm just nosy. There is no reason in particular. Like if I'm eating breakfast and I look out my window, there's a really tall condo near me, and I'm like, ooh, this bitch is tacky. She still got her Christmas tree up. Like,
Dude, I'm
you
the
know?
nosiest
This
person on the
bitch is
planet.
tacky.
You know, I'm like,
I just took my Christmas stuff down like 2 weeks ago.
I'm like,
Really?
It's
Yeah.
February. Take your Christmas tree down.
I got it down before February, but it was. Yeah,
But it's festive. Those lights are, I mean, I took mine down a long time ago, but still, it's like people want to keep them up.
I just was being lazy.
Yeah, I understand.
I've been unpacking, obviously, and I was unpacking most of my stuff yesterday, and I found a working string of Christmas lights, and I felt conflicted about it because my first thing was like, oh my gosh, I love Christmas lights in a bedroom. I don't know if that's a
a good
millennial
look.
thing. I
No,
don't know
I
if
like
that's a
'em.
woman thing. I love Christmas lights in a bedroom. So I like started to put them up, and then I was like, I'm 34. Am I too old to have Christmas lights in my bedroom?
What do you
If
care?
like it, yeah.
But I do like it. So
And
I
nobody else is really going in there except for you.
No.
Like maybe Brian once a couple of months. Like who cares?
Yeah. Well, because that's what I was thinking too. I was like, who do I even have to worry about?
Yeah.
And then I was like, you know what? And I plugged my Christmas lights in. I said, I like this look.
Oh,
I
Mary's
think
a
it's
loser.
soft-
She's got Christmas lights up in her.
It's a soft look. I like
That's what I'm
it.
saying. Yeah, there's
it's
nothing
fine.
wrong
No,
with
it's-
it.
no.
Yeah.
She's giving that Stranger Things vibe in her bedroom.
Yeah.
Al, what's really weird about that is that a baby can't communicate its specific wants and needs. So these people have to talk and say what they want, and you'd think that would take them out of the experience.
But what
when a
they
grown
do,
person in a diaper and with a rattle in their hand.
but they that's part of the kink is where they don't say exactly what they want. Like they get to throw a little bit
And
of
then
a
they throw a
tantrum,
fit.
and it's
Goo goo
yeah.
gaga. Is Mary's kink cake farts? Nailed it.
It is not.
pie farts. It's tubby queef.
I love this bar. Ah, Toby. You know what? Even if I wasn't into him, that's still a bummer.
Yeah, for sure.
He was one of the brightest lights in the country firmament, as it were.
I had a sexual first over the weekend. With
A sexual first?
You want to know about it?
Was it a cake fart?
It was a cake fart.
First time having sex in New York?
That? Yeah. Okay, so 2 firsts, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, but it's like lame. You guys are gonna make fun of me because it's like I feel like every time we talk about sex,
Were the Christmas lights on or were the Christmas lights off?
The Christmas lights weren't out of the box yet. I just found the Christmas lights yesterday.
Right.
I used a toy during sex. I've never done that before in my life.
Like a Hot Wheel?
Yeah. we used
She
a Hot
pulled the
Wheel.
track out and
Well, that's what he did. He, put it on the track and then zippity doo dah.
Yep, he had that old Evel Knievel ripcord that he pulled out, and
He did the
it was a
loop
lot
and
of fun.
everything.
Yeah, want to see it go right in.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I know I'm like
You just use a
34.
little buzzer up top, yeah?
Yes, I've
Yeah.
never done that, and it was
Never?
awesome.
Really?
Never
What?
done that. I got my first toy over COVID. I never even had one.
Oh, so
until-
you weren't that person to begin with?
No, I was never that person, and so that we did that because we've been.
Wait, you
know,
didn't?
I never had
Huh.
a vibrator until 2020. But that was a very good experience.
Well, yeah, you're getting the best of both worlds.
That was crazy. And Brian was like, he was like, yeah, what did you, like, I'm
What do you
going
think was
on
gonna
and
happen?
on
'Cause the
about
pressure's
it.
off, by the way.
I'm going on and on and on about it. And he was like, well, yeah, I mean, what do you think was going to happen? You're hitting both spots. Like, this is the best day of my life.
Trouble is, he was using a toy too, so it got really, really complicated for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Really complicated.
They make those.
He was in the bathroom. She was in the.
It's a C-ring that's got a vibrator on
Yeah.
it, so that when a girl is on top or like just wherever, like it hits girl parts.
You buy them in Target, I think, right?
It
Like-
doesn't really do anything for the guy. Like for me, it really just it's just a little buzzy, but it's a good experience overall.
Well, and that's why I was like, I asked him, I was like, did it feel different for you? Like, could you feel the vibration? And he was like, I mean, a little bit, but it doesn't.
like Marky Mark. Feel it, feel it.
That was his funky bunch.
Yeah. She was buzzing his funky bunch down there.
But he was like, yeah, it didn't do the same thing for me that it did for you, obviously. But you can still kind of feel it a little bit, but.
Well, that's exciting, right? I mean, so that's going to be part of your regular regimen now. Because once you introduce that, you can't go skiing uphill.
Well,
I mean, once you work that in, that's going to become part of the regular thing.
You know what? This is interesting, Alan, because I talk about something similar to this in my new special.
What?
So I'm just wondering if this was something
It had
that
absolutely nothing to do
I
with you.
unlocked for you, Mary.
did not.
And in that case,
No,
you're
did not.
welcome.
No.
Maybe Brian watched the new special and
No,
he
it had nothing to do with Bill ever at all.
maybe he manifested it.
I said that I'm not ashamed to have a toy be part of that situation. And then here we are. Like a month and a half later, Mary's like, guess what I tried?
It
Well, you're
sparked-
welcome.
Oh my God, you're so annoying.
Mary, are you concerned that the next time you're being intimate with Brian in this way, that images of Bill will
No.
flash across your mind?
They will not.
That perhaps he's ruined that experience for you in
guys are so
perpetuity.
annoying.
I can't ruin it. I inspired it, Alan.
You didn't
It's true.
inspire it. It was inspired because we've been doing like FaceTime for the last, 5 weeks. And I bought some stuff out here, and he was like, let's bring that in. You still got that stuff from, let's.
He's like,
let's
Jesus, what's in this
participate
tub?
together."
Why is this so heavy?
And I was
It's
like,
full of
well,
my toys. It feels like
He's
it's
like,
heavy.
you know what?
with-
We're gonna need help tonight. I just looked at an onion butter vagina for
Yeah.
2 hours. I need a.
That's really what it was.
Yeah.
It's a good thing we hired 2 movers. They can each take an end. What is this? Feels like it's heavy with poop.
Whatever. I felt very adventurous, even though I know that's like baseline.
No, listen, it's
Hey,
new to
whatever,
you.
it's new to you, yeah.
I've
New to
always
you.
been a prude. I'm not like I've had a lot of sex, but it's always been just sex. You know what I mean? A lot of one-night stands, a lot of like regular sex. So for
Humble
us to
brag.
be like doing stuff,
Oh, good for you.
I like it. It's new. It's interesting. I don't know
Hey,
if it's-
listen, everybody's, I don't particularly enjoy the finger. But some people are really into that. It's just never been my thing. It's not the kind of surprise I'm looking for.
Meanwhile, I
In
gotta
the-
figure out how to hang a sex swing at my place.
Well, I'll give you my old one. You
Are
can.
you really?
What?
Are you really?
I'm gonna hang a sex swing?
Yeah.
I mean, I was given one, so I feel like that's rude if I don't use it.
You got to make sure that you lock that thing in there tight.
I know,
Are
that's
those used for, like, one person sits in it and you swing them into you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, okay, it's not like
We're not going to be in it together. It's not going to be like
like
one of those ones,
something.
like that teeter-totter one that's on where like you both kind of pump back and forth. No, not like that.
It's not an F hammock.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Yeah.
No, you put the lady in it, and then you can kind of just move her around zero gravity.
Yeah,
style.
first, but we had the first place we lived in Cleveland was a timber loft, so we had to drill the things into the wood to get ours up there. But you got to make sure it's really in a load-bearing structure.
And that's the tricky thing with the condo is I got to find something a place in the ceiling that can handle.
Why didn't you just get a freestanding with like the metal frame?
chair.
You don't have to put it into anything. Yeah,
I might
get like that Clooney thing, like from Burn After Reading.
I haven't really thought about it that much. It's not.
Do you know what,
but,
Bill?
But I'm sure I could find something.
On Amazon today, I just ordered my old lady grocery cart. I bet you could use that. Just prop her up on top. There's a little shelf.
Oh, okay.
And then you can wheel her around.
I mean, I actually have a bar cart kind of already like that. So.
There you go.
Old lady grocery cart.
I cannot wait for that to come tomorrow. I went grocery shopping today.
We were having sex. There was a baguette up my ass, and I
Yeah.
couldn't.
Yeah, wheel her around. But no sex swing, I don't think.
But Grandma's not right above you, right?
No,
Bill?
no,
Okay.
she's
You don't want
not.
her hearing squeaking and drilling
No.
Okay. Make sure.
She heard plenty when we lived together.
Yeah, but she didn't like all those
She
randos
hated
coming
it.
out of your
She
right.
called it the parade. She's like, and I remember the time when she's like, I'm not going to learn their names anymore. I'm like,
No.
I never did.
No more parades.
I never did. That
Well,
was
'cause
in
you
the
don't-
phase when you and I were hanging out a lot too. And
Yeah,
we never.
she did not like you.
I know that, but I was like, I don't. Is it because she thought we were like a thing?
It's because she doesn't
I was a
like
drunk?
women. She's from an area where there's like 4 women. The only girl that she's ever liked was You Effing Know Better. That's the only girl that I've ever brought around that she was like, that's the one,
What a
Bill.
nice girl.
Yeah. Yep.
Why'd she like her?
I don't know. I think they can relate on a crazy level that just like they sense each other. But yeah, she was very, because even with Cody and like other, like she's always a little standoffish towards women, and it's
Huh.
But
Well, there you go.
But she's a sweet lady. Once she gets to know you.
But also, Mary, that was when you were like still crazy marrying, partying, and drinking, right?
Yeah.
I was a train wreck. So maybe that's what it is.
No,
that
that was
mostly you rescuing me.
Yeah.
And giving me a safe.
I think
haven.
that's what she saw. Well, like she'd see how stressed out I'd get over situations, and she'd just be like, "Mm." But I remember I bought her a magnet from the Comedy Center that was from the I Love Lucy Museum that said "Best Friends" on it, and she like saw it and she was like, "Why don't you just give this to Mary?" I was like,
Oh man.
Wow. She's jealous.
Yeah. She's a jealous one, yes.
Going to take a break here. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. No Cavs tonight. You'll get the Corey Roddick experience in full tonight at 6:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite